Okay, thank you, Caitlin, and ladies and gentlemen and attendees, welcome to the Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for the hearing of January 11th, 2022. Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Rob Ciampetti. I'm the chairman of the Newburyport Zoning Board, and I'll be helping run this evening's meeting. And for those of you that are just beginning to log on, we usually take a moment just to allow folks to take their time and sort of gather in as an attendee. What we like to do before we jump into the meat of this evening's meeting and the public hearings is I like to take a moment and just introduce the board. Of course, I'll also take roll. We'll establish that we have a quorum, which means we have the legal basis to proceed with our business this evening, which appears to be 5 public hearings. And I'll also establish for the record who our 5 voting members are. And just a quick lay of the land, and we'll get started without too much ado. So I'll begin by calling the roll, and if you members of the ZBA, just please respond either here or I, or I'm sorry, here or present. Mr. Moore.
Here.
Mr. Delisle.
Here.
Mr. Swanton.
Here.
Mr. Channon.
Here.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes, here.
And Rob Ciampetti, I'm here. That is 6 members present. That establishes a quorum. We will, for purposes of this evening, we will have, there are 5 voting members that are established on the application for 2224 Olive Street LLC. The 5 voting members with the recusal of Mr. Delisle are myself, Mr. Moore, Mr. Swanton, Mr. Channon, and Mr. Bennett. For the application of 156 State Street, also with the recusal of Mr. Delisle, our 5 voting members for that application this evening will be myself, Mr. Moore, Mr. Swanton, Mr. Channon, and Mr. Bennett. And for the remainder of the 3 applications on our agenda this evening, the 5 voting members will be myself, Mr. Moore, Mr. Delisle, Mr. Swanton, and Mr. Channon. So without further ado, I'll just take a moment to introduce the board and give everyone a quick lay of the land for those of you who may be new to a Zoom version of a public hearing, specifically our public hearings for the Newburyport ZBA. I'll just walk everyone through the mechanics and flow of how this evening will move forward, so that everyone is aware of what to expect and what to plan for. So beginning, we have Mr. Mark Moore, our vice chair, in attendance. Mr. Stephen Delisle is our secretary. Mr. Ken Swanton, a member. Mr. Walter Bud Channon, member. And Mr. Gregory Bennett, associate member. And again, my name is Rob Ciampetti, chairman. So for those, before we jump into public hearings, beginning first with the continuation of 2224 Olive Street. Just for those that are just logging on now, a quick lay of the land. When we conduct our business on the ZBA, we run the hearing by a modified version of Robert's Rules of Order. To that end, I start every application by reading the public notice. I don't read the full notice. You may recognize the descriptors, however, by the address, the applicant by name, as well as a brief description from the public notice as to what the applicant is seeking in terms of relief from this board, whether it's a special permit for nonconformities or a variance or what have you. There'll be a descriptor so that you can recognize what specifically is being asked of our board and what applications we'll be hearing. After I read that public notice, I then turn the floor over to the applicant to present the application. The applicant or the applicant's representative or representatives or their attorney or attorneys, architects and such will present to the board the details and renderings and any other information that is relevant for the application. We usually like to, and given the length of our meetings as of late and the length of our meetings going forward, it's likely that we're going to need to place some limits on presentation time, and we also we need to place certain time limits and courtesies on the public comment section, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But we ask that everyone be as efficient as possible in the presentation so that everyone that's on the docket for the entire evening has an opportunity to have their application heard. So once we hear from the applicant, we will then close that portion of the public hearing. I then go to the public comment section, and at that moment, you'll see a slide that Mr. Port, our planning director, will put up. It really just lays out the details for public comment. We ask that everyone just please give your name and address for the record, and we ask that you kindly just let us know what you think. Let us know what information you'd like to offer. You don't need to come down in a pro or con column. Don't feel as though you have to be for or against. Just simply give us your name and address and let us know your thoughts. We then ask that you kindly govern yourselves accordingly with respect to a 2-minute time limit. That's so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. I will use discretion to try to give folks additional time if absolutely needed, but we'll give you a warning and fair warning if we feel like it's running long, just so that everyone has a moment to be heard. Once I've gone through hearing the public comment, and by the way, if you're not familiar with this via Zoom, you'll see a raise hand icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. We'll ask that you kindly just click that button so that we can see your name and identify you. I'll then ask Mr. Port to promote you as an attendee onto the panel so that we can hear from you. I'll let you know by name or by telephone number if you're calling in that you're being recognized and that you have the floor, and then you can just give us your name and address. When you complete that, please just lower your hand so this way we know who we've done and who has yet to be heard. So once we complete the questions from the board, we'll then close that section of the public hearing, and I'll go to, once we complete public comment, I'll close that section of the public hearing and we'll go to questions from the board. Questions from the board are when the board essentially just asks questions of the applicant's representatives. Keep in mind that as during the public comment section, you may pose a question. Please know that we mean you no discourtesy if you don't hear us respond to answer your question directly. Know that we're listening to it, we're taking notes, and members of the ZBA may well adapt part or parts of your question and then recirculate those in the form of a question from a board member to whomever. So know well that your question's being listened to, though that the format doesn't allow us to address your question directly. Please know that that doesn't mean we're disregarding it in any way. Once the members of the board we've gone through and everyone's asked any questions they had, we'll close that portion of the public hearing and we go to the last portion, which is the deliberation. Deliberations are essentially when all members, attendees, any members of the public, as well as the applicant and such, listen to the members of the ZBA discuss and deliberate the legal criteria and the details out loud. It's essentially everyone gets to listen to us think out loud. And in doing so, we try to tether and tailor our comments around the legal criteria that must be met, whether it's a variance, a special permit for nonconformities, or what have you. You'll hear members of the board, and we'll go through each member to give their thoughts, and there may be a discussion and repartee back and forth. Once we have finished that portion, we close that portion of the public hearing, at which point the modified Robert's Rules of Order come into play. I will then ask a member of the ZBA to offer a motion to approve. Please know that in doing so, that does not mean that that member plans to support or approve that application, but rather it's the mechanics by which that question is advanced for a vote. It's done in the format of an affirmative motion to approve. That motion must then be seconded by another member, at which point I call the roll. In order for an application to be successful, 4 members must vote in the affirmative. If they vote in the affirmative, if 4 members vote in the affirmative, the ayes would have it and the motion carries and that application is approved. So essentially that is the hopefully short and abridged version of how we do business here. It's in sort of fair notice to make sure everyone understands the flow and the tempo and the mechanics of how we do our business for ZBA. So with that having been said, I also note that we have in attendance Ms. Caitlin Sullivan, our city planner. We also have Ms. Jennifer Blanchet, our zoning codes enforcement officer, and finally, Ms. Gretchen Joy, our keeper of the minutes. It's important to just give your name out loud and address so that Ms. Joy can record notes and your name and such. So without further ado, we're going to open our public hearings and get right into the first application, which is a continuation of the application of 2224 Olive Street, LLC, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa. This is an application continued from December 14th. The applicant seeks all necessary approvals to remove an addition on the rear structure and construct a new addition. Attorney Mead, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Lisa Mead, Tellerman, Costa 30 Green Street, a new report on behalf of the applicant, 2224 Olive Street, LLC, whose manager is John Sarkis, who's with me this evening, along with Ernie DeMaio, who is the architect on the project. This board has heard a couple of meetings on this in great detail. I intend to be a little briefer this evening, but do want to highlight a couple of points that I think that we missed presenting to the board in the prior meetings. So the board at the last meeting had not arrived at a decision, and we requested a continuance. In the meantime, my client has reviewed the proposal again, and we have made a slight adjustment. If you could go to the first slide, please, Caitlin. Before getting into that, I would say, because I read all of the comments that have been submitted to the planning office as of 4 or something this afternoon. And, you know, I'm almost embarrassed to have to say this, but I think it's really important. And it doesn't matter. And I think the board knows that it doesn't matter, but Mr. Sarkis is a resident of the city of Newburyport. Between Newburyport and West Newbury, he's lived here for over 30 years. When he lived in West Newbury, he participated in various land use boards in that town, and is active, you know, in Newburyport doing this work and other work that he does on land development. So Mr. Sarkis is a resident of Newburyport, not that that matters. I again show you the site plan to remind the board that the application before it, but for the setback off of Olive Street, and which remains unchanged, and but for the lot area, the proposed structure meets all the dimensional requirements of the ordinance, unlike most all of the other structures in the neighborhood. In the response to comments from the neighbors relative to parking on Russia Street, as you know, we provided or proposed 2 sections of parking on Russia Street, 2 2-car parking areas. My client is proposing, if you could go to the next slide, to remove one of those parking areas, and that is the one off to the right that you see bubbled in the red. So the proposal would be, if the board were inclined to approve this application this evening, to remove as a condition prior to any issuance of any building permit, to show a plan that removes that parking area, and to only have on Russia Street the curb cut that allows for the 2 parking spaces in the middle of the building, if you will. Therefore, the applicant would be required, of course, to provide 2 more parking spaces. And so there would be proposed to be an extension for 2 tandem spaces on Olive Street. As you know, there is a space right now for 1, and we would extend that to approximately 10 by 49 to allow for 2 tandem parking spaces on Olive Street, thereby eliminating that second curb cut and space for 2 spaces on Russia Street. This still is an improvement over existing conditions and still allows for conformance with the parking requirements for the existing and proposed 2-family use. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'd also like to point out to the board that the proposal, as I've said, meets all of the zoning requirements and design requirements relative to additions of historic structures. If you go to the next slide, please. The eave line of and the height of the proposed addition is about 2 feet 11 inches lower than the existing building's eave line. The 3-dimensional relief, as you can see along this view of the proposed addition facade, provides for better visual impact on the community rather than one long boring plane. From an objective size, shape, massing, and height of the proposed addition as compared to nearby structures within eyesight, not only is the proposed addition smaller, the existing structure is smaller in height than those of the surrounding neighborhood. The setback and open lawn area, if you could go to the next slide, please, along Russia Street is more generous than most all of the neighborhood, when here the standard is whether or not it's substantially more detrimental than the existing structure on the neighborhood. The openness and lines of sight created by the removal of the existing fence and outbuildings, when removed, an additional, as we've noted, 25 feet of front yard will be exposed along Russia Street for its entire length. The distance of the proposed renovations from all of the lot lines as compared to those of the surrounding structures are in excess of what exists in the surrounding neighborhood. At no point of the proposed improvements within 25 feet of the lot line. This again is better than the conditions of most all of the neighborhood, and certainly not substantially more detrimental than the existing structure. If you go to the next slide, please. As this board knows, the criteria for a special permit that there won't be any new addition of a new nonconformity. Of course, we meet that requirement. And that the proposed changes will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming structure or use, considering, among other relevant factors, size, scale, massing, volume, and location of the proposed structure, an extension or alteration as compared to the existing structure and lot and other structures and lots in the neighborhood. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'm pulling up this, if you could blow it up just a little bit, please, Caitlin. I'm pulling this up again. This has been revised as close as Ernie could get it on a scaled, using the site plan and survey, which is scaled to scale this plan to be more accurate than the last one. And it's pretty darn close as best as can be compared to on the MyMaps. Objectively, when the members review this proposal as compared to the neighborhood and taking into consideration the size of the lot in compliance with the ordinance, the objective criteria can be reviewed to determine that the proposed renovations and additions are not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure. Indeed, the proposal eliminates all of the existing non-conformities, including the parking and setback from Russia Street, and improves the setbacks from the neighbors on 20 Olive Street. While public comment and neighborhood input are certainly important, as this board knows, it's subjective and not controlling on the board. Indeed, property owners are held to standards in an ordinance, not to personal opinions of adjacent or nearby property owners. There's a case that's informative out of the land court called Graff versus Aiken from 2018. In the Graff case, a defendant sought a special permit to raise a one-story garage and replace it with a two-story structure. An immediate abutter objected. The zoning board found no substantial detriment to the neighborhood and the abutter appealed. The land court judge determined that the zoning board correctly found that there was no substantial detriment, particularly where the board noted that the nonconformities were not unique to the defendant's property and the objecting property owner's garage was within the side yard setback itself. As to the application before you, the immediate neighbor complains that the addition would essentially construct a wall too close to and too far along the lot line. However, the neighbor's structure is located only several feet, if that, along the same lot line, and is taller than the existing home at 22 to 24 Olive Street, and certainly taller than the proposed addition. The proposal improves the current setback on the current additions on the proposed project and exceeds the setback allowed under the zoning ordinance by 4.5 feet. Further, as you can see from this neighborhood comparison, the proposed project includes more open space, more separation from lot lines and from the street, and in particular on the corner, and many other lots in the neighborhood. Certainly it is not substantially more detrimental than the existing structure on the neighborhood. Finally, the board and the neighbors discuss massing. The missing component here, of course, is consideration of lot size. This lot, as can be seen, is one of the largest lots in the neighborhood. By continuing to meet the dimensional requirements, but for lot area and setback off of Olive Street, there is an objective measure with which to review the proposal. Here, the addition is smaller than the existing structure and is set back from all lot lines and similar in width than the footprint width of the existing structure. Here, the non-conforming lot line, as one member pointed out previously, is 70% of what is required for a two-family use. However, only the lot opposite on Russia Street is more conforming at 74% of the required single-family home lot of 10,000 square feet. And at number 16, Olive Street, which is at 75%. The remaining surrounding properties are approximately as follows. Immediately adjacent at 20 Olive Street, the lot is 39% of that which is required. And at 18, it's 39% of that which is required. And at 20, it's 33% of that which is required. On down Olive Street, as you go toward Merrimack, that's the 75% at 16. Across the street from 16 at 19 Olive Street, the lot's 41% of what is required. And at 21 Olive Street, it's 45%. And at 23, it's 24%. And then on the big lot at where the 6 unit is, that's only 44% of what's required for a 6-family structure, which would be 28,000 square feet. At 37 Olive Street, it's only 31% of what's required. And then across the street on the corner of Congress and Olive, it's only 35% of what's required. Certainly this lot is not, the continuing nonconformity is not substantially more detrimental when you add the new structure on the lot, which meets all of the lot area dimension, the lot dimension requirements when it concerns coverage and open space. We ask the board consider the meaning of substantially, which is to a great or significant extent. Here, when you look at the proposal and the lot upon which it is located, as compared to the existing structure and those in the neighborhood, from the objective standards of the dimensional requirements and the criteria of the ordinance, we believe the board can find the proposed modification is not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure or use to the neighborhood. And we would request the board's consideration of our request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go to a continuation of public comment. And with that, Andy, if you could put up the public comment slide, which I now see up, and we'll begin recognizing anyone who wishes to speak in connection with this application. Just kindly raise your hand and we will recognize you. I see Attorney Shaheen. Attorney Shaheen, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members. My name is Bill Sheehan. I practice law at 8 Essex Center Drive in Peabody, Massachusetts, and represent Carol Zamprona this evening. When we were last before this board on December 14, 4 of the members have had an opportunity to comment on the application. Each one commented that the proposed structure was far too large, too massive, was really a second house on the lot. It was substantially more detrimental as to open space, size, scale, massing, and so on. And so when the applicant asked for a continuance, one might have expected that the applicant would come back before this board and address the board's concerns and the neighbors' concerns as to size, scale, and massing. And the short answer to that is that the applicant has done none of that. That is, all of the failings that were discussed on December 14 and prior thereto remain the failings. And so I don't believe that on behalf of Ms. Zamprona that I have to say too much more than what I said on December 14. What we are dealing with here is a lot that is far too small for a 2-family house, which again is really 2 houses in one here. We are dealing with a lot that is too small by nearly a third. The house is too close to Olive Street. And it's too close to my client's property with respect to zoning. We're going to ask you, as we asked you on December 14, to please deny this application. Very simply, the applicant is proposing something on a lot that's too small for 2 houses. The 2 houses do not fit in the neighborhood. It will choke off light. It will choke off air. It will overcrowd an existing non-conforming lot and overcrowd the neighborhood. Very simply stated, it is too big. It will have my client looking, instead of what she now uses as a 24-foot high and 38-foot long wall, it will be a 24-foot high and 84-foot long wall. That is really not an addition. It is a second single-family house. We ask you to determine that the proposal constitutes substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood and to deny the application. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Sheehan. Anyone else wish to speak in connection with the application? Just kindly raise your hand and we will recognize you. Let's see, we have a few hands up. I'll just go in order. Mary Beth Pelletier. Ms. Pelletier, if you could unmute your mic, you have the floor. And just again, if you could kindly give your name and address for our keeper of the minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mary Beth Pelletier. I live at 11 Olive Street. And while I am new to the calls and meetings regarding this, I have looked at it pretty carefully, and I really appreciate the opportunity to express my opinions and speak tonight. Much of what I am going to say is similar to what's been said before, but I feel really strongly about this. The proposed development is in a historically important area of the city. It is extreme in its size, design, and scope. The impact would be immediate and create a substantial change to the character, look, and feel of a neighborhood that's got significant heritage in the development of Newburyport. It was settled in the 1700s and 1800s, and the structures in this neighborhood were built by people who supported and were sustained by our maritime origins. They were ship captains and mariners, tradesmen like carpenters and masons, provisioners, and shopkeepers who lived and worked here because of the shipyards at the foot of Olive and all along Merrimack. The proposed addition would substantially alter a Greek Revival home built in the 1830s, which sits at the corner of Olive and Russia Streets, directly across from Captain Pickett's home, built in 1796. The addition nearly doubles the footprint of the Greek Revival home, and as we have seen and heard, adds a visual mass that's close to double of that of the existing home. The scale of this proposed addition is incompatible and out of sync with its surroundings. And as others have said, in essence, it puts two large two-story buildings on the lot. Secondly, not only would the impact of this addition be detrimental and immediate, the ongoing impact is equally significant. If allowed to go forward, this special permit for a non-compliant addition opens the door for future erosion of the uniqueness that has made Newburyport a desirable and sought-after place to live. Stewardship of the unique history and character of Newburyport is our mutual responsibility. I will put these notes, they're in a letter, and I will submit them to the zoning board and the planners. And I appreciate the opportunity to express my thoughts. I am grateful and thank you, zoning board and planners, for all you do on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pelletier. Moving on, next we'll recognize Ms. Amy Badger. Ms. Badger, if you could unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. It's Amy Badger, and I'm at 21 Olive Street. And I know that most of my thoughts and concerns and questions have been described in previous correspondence with the board as well as at the last meeting. So I'll just add a couple of things here today. In tonight's comparison to the other properties on Olive Street and the coverage and that sort of thing, this neighborhood was settled in the 1700s and 1800s. So for the zoning laws as they stand now were conceived and crafted much more recently. So the fact that we've got homes, 16 Olive Street is at whatever it is, 50% of the lot, or however the numbers work on this street, it really only goes to underscore that these are homes and neighborhoods that were, this was done years ago when we didn't have the 48% or the 32%. So it's really kind of hard to judge where this house stands compared to these other little houses on the street. So I'm just I'm finding a hard time relating the two. But mostly, I just want to say that I feel like by coming back to the board with very few changes, I feel like they're relying on wearing us down in a way that the historical committee looked to be worn down. They reluctantly passed this in the fall, and many of the committee members voiced strong concerns with this project while they approved it. So many of us have invested countless hours listening to largely the same proposal, and there are several people who can't be with us tonight because they have conflicting meetings and other obligations. But to say that, you know, they've been worn down or they've given up is just not the case. It's just that we all have other things to do with our lives. I don't see anything largely change, and the only thing that changed was the parking, and it just underscores something I've said at each turn, which is taking out the second parking lot over there, I think exacerbates the parking, because tandem parking, in my experience on both sides of town, is a really hard thing, and people will park on the street. So we're going to have a 3,500 square foot or 3,000 square foot house that's going to have 1, 2, probably 3 cars, and a tandem parking situation. Just seems untenable. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I will say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. I will recognize, it looks like Mr. Tom Adams has his hand up. Mr. Adams, if you want to unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. My name is Hayward Adams. I am the owner of 18 Olive Street. I am a friendly neighbor of all the people who have spoken previously and have completely supported the modest residential improvements of the mentioned addresses at 16 Olive Street, 19 Olive Street, and 21 Olive Street, who have all made modest improvements. In the previous meeting on December 14th, there was mention of modest improvements on this residence at 2224 Olive Street, and that doesn't seem to have been reflected in the current proposal or the updates. During the time when they were having to present their cases to the board for their improvements at each of those 3 residences, I supported them unconditionally because of the percentage of improvement that they were proposing relative to the home that they lived in, which was not by any means to be contested. So I was in full support of that residential improvement for each of those residents proposed. However, this proposed expansion of 2224 Olive Street is not in kind with the neighborhood modest residential improvements that had previously been approved. So I invite the board to consider that the percentage of improvements that have occurred in the 3 examples that I've cited and others have spoken about, that they consider that in their decision-making later this evening. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. Recognizing Ms. Carol Zambrona. Ms. Zambrona, if you want to kindly unmute your mic. And if I could ask Ms. Pelletier, if you don't mind lowering your hand, just in the event unless you still want it to be recognized again, it's just easy for us to sort of keep track. I appreciate that. Okay, Ms. Zambrona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'll be brief tonight. I'm shocked and disappointed that we're back reviewing the same proposal so many months later. To Tom's point and to the attorney's point, when we met in December, the neighbors and the ZBA all suggested that a more reasonable or a more modest proposal would likely gain approval, not only from you, but also from the neighbors. And I think that's very much our sentiment. We are looking for a more modest and appropriate proposal. I'm a little surprised that the new driveway requires an extension to fit tandem parking. there have been two fairly large cars parked in that existing driveway space for several days. They were fairly large. So two cars did fit in the tandem. So I'm a little unclear why it needs to be expanded, but that's not my main concern tonight is the 1,900 square foot large second home that's being added to the property. And quite frankly, I'm trying to sit in the shoes of the ZBA who've got these difficult decisions to make, representing all of Newburyport, and thinking, geez, if this was in your backyard and the view that you were going to have and the home that was being changed forever next to you, how would you vote? And my conscience tells me I'm just not comfortable with this from any perspective. So I appreciate it. I promise to keep brief. I'll let others speak up, but thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Enra. Recognizing Elizabeth Hallett or Hallett, my apologies for mispronouncing. Ms. Hallett, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Hallett. My husband and I reside at 23 Olive. And I just would like to go on record once again as completely agreeing with every one of my neighbors who has spoken this evening. Carol, Tom, Amy, and in addition, Attorney Shaheen. We are also very disappointed that this so-called addition is not reflected any change in size whatsoever compared to what we sort of all gathered from the December meeting, that even the board members were not really on board with the size of this so-called addition. It is not an addition, in my opinion. It is a separate dwelling, and it is more detrimental to the neighborhood because it is the addition, so-called addition, significantly larger than a lot of the homes in the area, regardless of percent of lot coverage. Our home was built in the late 1600s. And of course, a lot of our land has been sold off over the years. We have been here 13 years and, are still researching, but obviously we had one time a very large lot and now one of the smallest possible lots probably on this end of Olive Street. However, this had nothing to do with us. It was all done in the past. So our lots and our lot coverage have been historically what they are for decades, if not centuries. And just because one has ownership of a large lot does not mean that one has to improve it and cover it with a dwelling. There's nothing wrong with open space. Let us not forget the problems with infill that we are having in the city of Newburyport, and it is changing it, in my opinion, for the worse, to do this all over town. And so I would just like to reiterate what the attorney Shaheen has said, and also my neighbors, that this so-called addition, the size of this so-called addition and the effect it will have on parking is just unacceptable. We ourselves do not have a driveway. We are park on the street. The alley that is next to our home used to be an alley that went through to Boardman. Obviously, that portion of the property has been sold off to various neighbors. And so we are forced to park on the street. And tandem parking, as I know from experience and having lived here 13 years, people don't like it. So they will park on the street rather than move cars and park in tandem in a driveway. So I would just like to reiterate that for all the points raised by my neighbors and myself at previous meetings, nothing here has been resolved. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Recognizing Mr. Jim McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Good evening, Chairman Ciampetti and members of the board. This is Jim McCarthy. I live at 17 Russia Street, and I would like to speak in favor and support of the project as proposed at 2224 Olive. I'd like to briefly just touch on 5 areas: zoning, the architecture, the historic old house, what the alternatives might be if this is not approved, and what the code used to be before we changed it maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago. As the board knows, the crux of zoning is light, air, and that speaks directly to public health. And by definition, the numbers in the zoning code are what we have agreed on as what meets the requirements for light and air and public health. Since this project is not creating any new conformities, it meets those requirements. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the architecture of the addition. This process initially, the initial proposal, I didn't find very attractive at all. The process was they went to historic. The proposal was changed with much better fenestration in the building that you see now. The thing I like most about the architecture of this building that was traditionally not done in additions is the building is substantially smaller than the original structure. And I don't know how you could argue that by looking when you look at the top-down view that was presented by council. Secondly, the one that's even most impressive to me is that this structure will be 4 feet lower than the existing structure, and the existing structure is well below what zoning allows. So I think architecturally, they've done a really good job with this proposal. The third component I'd like to talk about is a historic old house. I've been a member of the Preservation Trust almost all the 20 years I've lived here. I really like what they do with respect to trying to respect old houses. This house is in the decod, but I'm nervous that elements of it might get tainted. I particularly like that they want to take the old additions off the back to expose those 2 windows that are on the bottom. And I particularly also like that the developer is proposing to keep the chimneys because those are the first things that normally go. And in addition, to add a chimney on the new structure to match the other one. So I really like that the current proposal respects the existing historic house. When it comes to the alternatives for the project, I'm really nervous that if this isn't approved like this, it will come back under the single family rules, which I believe will be by right. You have the zoning enforcement officer here. She can comment to that, but I wish the board would beat that up. And because I'd really hate to see it come back as a large 1-family house with a 3-car garage. And finally, the state code, before we changed it, this 500-foot rule, I participated in its adoption years ago. The rule used to be as long as you created no new nonconformities, that you could expand by right. And it was really egregious what was happening. So we put this in place so that the proposals, so that there'll be some discretion by the zoning board. And I think the process has worked. They went to historic, the plan is improved. It's not massive. It's not out of scale with the neighborhood. And I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Mika Donahue, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the board. I think that the comments are,
Mr. Donahue, I'm sorry, if you could just give your address.
Sorry, apologies. Micah Donahue, 16 Olive Street.
Apologies. Thank you.
I think that the, I'll make a similar point, but with the opposite outcome here as to the previous speaker, Mr. McCarthy. What was done in the past to fill these lots in this neighborhood was clearly not in the best interest of the public, and therefore remedied by this 500 square foot addition limit, for which a permit is required to exceed. And as stated earlier by Tom, Hayward Adams, and others, the fact that other neighbors have recently added modest additions that were reviewed by the board, approved, built and supported by neighbors is just absolutely the opposite case with this development. There's certainly a reasonable compromise here, something that the neighbors, the developers, and the zoning board could hopefully all get on board with, something like a 1-story addition, 1,000 square feet, something that is not going to overwhelm the lot and further block the light and air that the neighbors are hoping to avoid. So certainly, options here on the table. We hope that, those mistakes of the past will be learned from and remedied so that the zoning board can help control the future going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Recognizing, it looks like our last hand up for the moment, unless there are others, is Mr. Thomas Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, you have the floor, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Tom Coulter-John, 64 Federal Street, co-president of the Newburyport Preservation Trust. The trust continues to oppose this project in its current form. It still needs to be reduced significantly in size. The applicant clearly did not listen to the ZBA member comments based upon his response to change almost nothing. It would have a detrimental impact on this historic neighborhood if it were approved. The property lacks over 4,000 square feet to be in compliance with zoning. This would be a good project in another neighborhood, but not here. This proposal distorts the corner lot to become more dominant and intrusive. You have heard comments from many neighbors and abutters who are not in favor of this project. Please listen to them and either turn down this proposal or continue this hearing and await a substantial reduction in addition size. We would love to see the historic house restored and a modest addition added. This developer is perfectly capable of doing so, but needs to listen to your direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter-John. Ms. Badger, I see your hand still raised. Do you wish to be heard again, ma'am, or is that just left up? I see that hand is down now. Thank you. Seeing no further hands, give it another moment, going once, going twice. Any further comment before I close this portion of the hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the public hearing, and we will move now to questions from the board. And if my colleagues might indulge me for a moment, I'd like to ask the first question, if I could, of Ms. Blanchet, our city zoning administrator and enforcement officer. Ms. Blanchet, we had heard comments from, I believe, one of the speakers, I believe it was Mr. McCarthy, with respect to a possibility as a single. I'm just curious, since you're here, and I appreciate you being here, could you talk with us about what that might look like? That's not necessarily any motivating factor for myself or any one of us, perhaps, but I think it's part of the conversation. So I'm interested if you have a moment.
Well, forgive me, I don't recall the specific setbacks here, and I'm having trouble seeing them on my small screen. But if the setbacks are conforming for a single family, for the front lot, which it appears that they are, and the other setbacks, and the lot size is conforming to a single family, which I believe it is, and I believe it has the appropriate frontage, then yes, an extension can be made that does not extend any of the existing nonconformities. It could be made with a building permit. I certainly would reserve the right to go back and look at the application, as I would with any, when a particular of it changes. But Mr. McCarthy is correct that there are certain aspects of it that this particular form could very possibly be built if the use were a single family.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Certainly, within our purview as zoning board members, we deal with what we have before us, not the possibilities beyond us. But it's certainly was of interest enough for me to ask. So thank you. With that, moving through questions from the board, we'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Ciampetti. I have a question on the connector, the hyphen that connects the two structures. Is there any function to that hyphen other than providing a covered entrance into each of the structures? Is there any common area between the two structures that resides in that hyphen?
Mr. Chair, through you. There's living space on the second floor of that hyphen that belongs to the new unit, and Ernie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the living space on the second floor belongs to the second unit, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
There is a common vestibule on the first floor on Russia Street. So there is a small common area, and then there is living space for both units in the hyphen on the first floor.
Living space on the first floor?
Usable, habitable space. So there are the mudroom, foyer type entrances for each unit in the hyphen. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And from earlier iterations, just remind me and maybe the board too, the pinch on the new structure in the back, that was that in response to earlier considerations for size, scale, and massing that were brought up?
The pinch meaning the more
narrower
narrow
part, yeah.
I think that it was done in consideration of when we went to historic, and those modifications were made to, to not have a flat wall building back there. So that those design changes were made when we went to historic.
I thought that was the case. It's been a while. So I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Swanton and by Attorney Mead, feel free to answer any questions directly of any board member.
Thank you.
But thank you for the adherence to procedure, but by all means, just feel free to respond.
I have a question. It's kind of come up several times in the comments about the changes between what we're looking at here and what we looked at in our last hearing. I understand the change to the parking. Instead of having the two parking areas on Russia Street, you're now proposing to only have one in about the same location as the current parking on Russia Street, and to expand the tandem parking. So I get that. Are there other changes that I missed, or is that the only change you're proposing from our last meeting?
No, Mr. Swanton, those are the only changes we proposed.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate, I know a lot of people spoke out about adding additional parking on Russia. And so I do appreciate you being responsive to that suggestion. We got a letter encouraging us to go look. And it stressed the fact that the fence is coming down along Russia Street. And that's also was spoke to in some of the letters we got too. I mean, the letter can come down, but that's not really part of the proposal here. I mean, the fence could go back up, right? I guess I don't quite understand this thought about, well, we're going to take down the fence, but the fence could be re-erected at any point in the future, couldn't it?
Well, unless you made a condition of the decision that there not be a fence placed along Russia Street. Our proposal is not to have a fence along Russia Street for the very purpose of opening it up. So the applicant would be amenable to a condition that says, consistent with the plan, there won't be a fence proposed along the perimeter of the lot along Russia Street or Olive Street.
Okay. All right. Well, that helps me understand that. Okay. I mean, basically, I asked a lot of questions last time about last time's proposal. The only change here really is the parking. So I guess I have no additional questions. So I pass.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon, questions from you.
Chair, I've got no new questions. I think from our previous discussions, all have been answered, and I understand the proposed changes. So I've got no new questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennett.
I have no further questions. I think we explored this proposal in some detail back in December.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I too have no additional questions raised as a result of the change to parking that haven't already been answered or at least asked. So without any further questions from board members, I'm going to go ahead and close that portion of the public hearing, and we're going to move into deliberations. And as the board members know, this is a special permit for nonconformity. So as such, I ask that we tailor our deliberations around the criteria for a special permit. Subject, it's detailed in section 9B2, of course, of our zoning ordinance. In order to grant the special permit, our board must find that there will be no addition of a new nonconformity. The project does propose to add over 500 square feet to a nonconformity, but the proposed addition itself does not create a new nonconformity. The board must also find that the application will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming use or structure. So with that, we'll go into deliberations, beginning with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Ciampetti. I'm still struggling where I was last time. I certainly appreciate the applicant adjusting the MyMap. I think it was my concern when showing the scale on that MyMap, that the addition didn't look to be quite as up to scale. And I do believe that was adjusted very well and very accurately. So I do appreciate that concern. And I do, as Mr. Swanton mentioned, appreciate the fact that hearing about the parking was heard, and an adjustment at least has been offered. So clearly, looking at this project, it's been determined that the proposal doesn't add any new nonconformities. That's not the issue I think that the board had, nor that's the issue that the neighbors and abutters have. It comes down to the proposal not being more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing nonconforming use or structure. And the size, scale, and massing is the sticking point here. It has been with everyone, and it has been with me. Well, I appreciate the use of the hyphen as a way to protect the historic integrity of the house, and it's been approved by the Department of the Interior, and it certainly fits the bill. I may ask about the common use there, because it seemed just to be a covered entryway into each unit separately, and there is a little bit of a common area that could be a mudroom, I guess, which is fine. But when I look at that, it seems to be a connector connecting two separate buildings. And although I look at this, you look at the map and you see the setbacks appear fine. I did go down again today and brought the renderings and then tried to imagine this building jutting into the yard and into the backyard, and I still couldn't come to grips with the size, scale, and massing of this, and the appearance that you have two structures with an attachment in between. And I'm still struggling with that nature of the proposal, and it contributes to my concerns about size, scale, and massing, and obliterating the open air that exists on that lot for that property and for the neighbors. And so I'm still struggling with this, because other than the parking being changed and any little proof that concerns have been heard is helpful. Other than that, I don't see any change to size, scale, massing, and I'm still stuck on that. So that's where I am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Swanton.
I don't really have anything to add to what my colleague just said. I think he summarized it quite well. I think we kind of said it last month, and not a whole lot has changed. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Chair. I think my biggest concern is the residents of Newburyport. There seems to be an overwhelming lack of support for this application. I must admit, walking the site and looking at the stakes that were recently put up, left to my own devices with the existing drawings and visiting the site, I could probably personally come to terms with this project as not being more detrimental to the neighborhood. With that said, however, it's hard to come to that conclusion in the face of the overall the overwhelming lack of support by the neighbors. So I, like my colleagues, are struggling with supporting the application as presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennett.
Yeah. I think, as I mentioned the last time, I find much to be said in a positive way about this project in the abstract. I, as my colleagues, seem to end up in the same place. And what I guess motivates me and drives my decision is the fact that this is a significantly undersized lot for a two-family structure, for the expansion of what will be a two-family structure and what is currently a two-family structure. But to extend some 1,800 square feet strikes me as being substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Even though one can, and I believe honestly, council has ably argued the factors that would cut the other way, but all things being equal, particularly given the feelings of the neighbors, I find that an 1,800 foot expansion in this case is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. So that's kind of where I'm coming out on this.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I have to say, I mean, I certainly admire and commend the efforts to architect and plan this structure in a way that seems, at least historically respectful. I noted one of the comments, at least of one member of the public, Mr. McCarthy, who noted reminded me of the preservation of chimneys, which we see far too few of in Newburyport, especially with the fact that there is no easy way to reconstruct and renovate the interior of a historic building built by construction standards that predate current modern building code standards without utterly destroying and eviscerating the interior of the building, including any chimneys and other elements. All of that said, we've always had a history, at least in my experience on this board, of paying close attention to those presumably most acutely impacted. And by that, I mean the immediate abutters. And we've heard from many in this neighborhood who have been very vocal and consistently so in not being able to support the application, but not necessarily, as I heard from some, withholding support in every imaginable instance. I believe Mr. Coulter-John himself, I have notes reminding me of some of his comments, which were that in this form, it wasn't something he could support, which led me to conclude that perhaps there's additional work that can be done that can find some merit with the principal concerns of hopefully a majority of the folks that have voiced their concern and even opposition that live in the neighborhood. So I can't be unmoved by that. Still, though, our standard is, among other things, is to find whether the application is substantially more detrimental than existing conditions in the pre-existing conditions in the structure and in the neighborhood. And that's a high standard. I don't know how my other colleagues feel about that, but we are often moved by what we hear, boots on the ground, as it were. But I would say let me suspend, I guess, any further deliberation, because I want to circle back to anyone else who wishes to further deliberate on our board. Attorney Mead.
Mr. Ciampetti, may I?
Of course.
The applicant requests the board allow him to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, that's where I was going to go. I wanted to, before we marshaled into a motion and a vote, I wanted to give the applicant an opportunity to revisit. Do you wish to just withdraw without prejudice? We can undertake that motion right now. Attorney Mead, was there anything else you wanted to add?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Members of the ZBA, having completed our deliberations but not closed them, the applicant has asked that we consider a motion at their request to allow the applicant to withdraw without prejudice. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And a second?
Seconded, Mr. Shagnon.
Mr. Shannon, seconded. A motion is made by Mr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Shannon, calling the roll on the applicant's request to withdraw the application without prejudice. Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries and the application is withdrawn by the applicant's request without prejudice. Thank you, members of the public and Attorney Mead and members of the board for your patience in this. And we'll move on to our next application that is on our agenda. Bear with me a moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. The application of Alfred G. Clifford, the application is 156 State Street. This is a continuation, members of the ZBA, from a hearing on 12/28/21. There's 3 parts to the application. A variance docket 21-1 to allow 90 feet of frontage, where 120 feet is required for construction of a multifamily structure. And the second portion is to allow a multifamily use. This is a use change to allow multifamily use number 103 from its current use. And finally, to an application to demolish the pre-existing non-conforming structure and construct a new 4-unit and accessory structure with non-conforming lot area. With that, may we hear from the applicant? I believe we have Attorney Sheehan on behalf of the applicant.
This is Al Clifford. Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, hello, Mr. Clifford. You have the floor.
How are you? Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the planning office, Jennifer and Caitlin and Andy, for their help with this project. And before I get into my presentation, I'd like to introduce Attorney Sheehan to start things off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Mr. Sheehan, Attorney Sheehan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, honorable members. My name is Bill Sheehan. I practice law in Peabody, Massachusetts at 8 Essex Center Drive, representing tonight Alfred Clifford regarding his property at 156 State Street. You may recall that you entertained a hearing on Mr. Clifford's proposal. And at that time, among other issues, there was an issue regarding whether or not Mr. Clifford met the standard for a variance. And it was that inquiry that caused Mr. Clifford to contact my office. And the first thing that I did was become familiar with the property and made a determination in my own mind that I didn't think that a variance was required based on the present structure and the present use, which I saw as a light manufacturing use based on assessor's records and other information. After I shared that with Mr. Clifford, he then had an opportunity to speak to the zoning administrator and also to the director of planning. And we have concluded, and I hope that this board will conclude, that the relief that Mr. Clifford seeks tonight and needs tonight is not a variance, but rather is a special permit for nonconformities and also a special permit for a multifamily residential use in this particular district. And so with that, let me just explain our position as to the relief that's needed with respect to the special permit for nonconformities. And you know the standard. The standard is a twofold standard. That is that there be no intensification or extension of an existing nonconformity, and that the proposed changes will not be substantially more detrimental. What we have here is an existing structure which is nonconforming in many regards, and the most immediate use of this property, which is as light manufacturing, so-called use 602 in your table, that use is also nonconforming. So everything about the lot the structure and the use are non-conforming. We need then to justify our proposal for the new use and the proposed new structure as satisfying the standard for nonconformities. Happily, the proposal of Mr. Clifford is going to eliminate 4 present nonconformities: side setback, rear setback, lot coverage, and parking issues. There are 2 other existing nonconformities. They pertain to frontage and to lot area. And although the proposal of Mr. Clifford will not eliminate those nonconformities, it will substantially reduce those nonconformities. The existing frontage of the lot is 90 feet. That is 75% of the 120-foot requirement for a multifamily in this district. 75% instead of 45% of the 200-foot requirement for light manufacturing, which is the present use of this property. So we will substantially reduce the nonconformity as to frontage. Similarly, we will substantially reduce the nonconformity as to lot area. The lot area is 16,764 square feet. It will be 84% of the 20,000 square feet that are required for multifamily, as compared to or contrasted with it being only 34% of the 50,000 square feet which are required for manufacturing use. So it is in the nature of that special permit for nonconformities, which is the relief that we seek tonight, together with the special permit for the multifamily use at 156 State Street. And so I just wanted to introduce the difference in the nature of the relief sought and why that relief has been changed. To the extent that there are questions after Mr. Clifford has gone on to explain his project, I'll do my best, Mr. Chair, to answer all of those questions. And with that, I'd like to turn the matter back over to Mr. Clifford.
Thank you, Bill. Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, first part of my presentation will have to do with our work in Newburyport. I do this because I'm not that familiar with many of the members of the board, and I'd like to familiarize them with what we do and what we have done. It won't take terribly long. Next slide, please. Carter Street and Monroe Street. The Federalist is a renovation. The White House, the Gambrel Georgian is new construction. Next slide, please. This is a Second Empire mansard roof, new construction on Hamilton Way off High Street at number 223 High. Next slide, please. This is an Italianate, early Victorian style, again on Hamilton Way, newly constructed. Next slide, please. This, most everybody would probably recognize. This is down the block from City Hall on the corner of Pleasant and Titcomb. These are 3 townhouses. The bow front architecture is taken from Louisburg Square on Beacon Hill, and I think complements the square very nicely. On the upper right, 26 High Road in Newbury, a Federal for a new construction, and below it, 49 High Road in Newbury, 1760 architecture, Georgian manor home. Next slide, please. This home is at 88.5 High Street. It was the first Federal Revival design in Newburyport. And the upper right is also the same house. It's next to the old Todd house in the background, the brick. Below it is, again on Hamilton Way, a Greek Revival style that we're just finishing at this moment. Next slide. This is the Compass Rose Inn on Center Street. a federal style building that was done in 2004. We continue to operate this, and we also own the Clark Courier Inn on Green Street, opposite the IC. And I think this is important because this shows our vested interest in the city and the well-being of the city. And everything that we do has been in Newburyport for the most part since 1983. Next slide, please. Now let's go into the existing property. Next slide. We're talking here about a much maligned property on Lower State Street. This is the Port Sheet Metal Building, a light manufacturing structure. The current structure built in the late 1960s. The right-hand slide shows the rear of it, which is right against the lot line. Next slide, please. Again, the rear of it. Only thing I'd like the board to take note of are the existing trees on the left. That'll come up later in our discussions. Also on the lower right, if you would make note of the tree line against the lot line, that is between the Port Sheet Metal property and 152 State Street. Next slide, please. Existing conditions here. It's located in a business district. And this is it's quite a departure from our residential districts in town. It's quite a mixed area. We can't really think of it in the same terms as our residential districts because of the many uses that are in that district. Now, as Attorney Sheehan referenced, the current use requires 50,000 square feet. The lot has 16,000. Further to say, the use that it's currently being used for, light manufacturing, is not permitted at all in the business district. The frontage for it requires 200 feet where 90 feet exists, and the side setbacks are 50 feet where we have next to nothing exists. The rear setback the same. And the maximum lot coverage is over the prescribed amount. The demolition control district is not triggered in this situation. Next one, please. This is the site plan. And as you can see, the existing building is slammed directly against the back lot line and the two sidelines. I'd also like you to notice, if you look very carefully, you'll see the trees very faintly outlined on the edge of the lot. Those have been cited by the engineers. They've been noted, and the tree trunk size of each and every tree has been marked. That will come up later when we talk about privacy. Next slide, please. I want to go into a couple of alternative uses for the property. There's a reason behind this, and I won't spend too much time on it. By right, alternative one. Someone can walk into that property tomorrow and use it as light manufacturing, as long as they do not structurally change or enlarge the building. They would be allowed to do cosmetic improvements, put windows, doors, spruce it up, so it would look pretty good, actually. Next slide, please. This shows how it could be used with parking in front and light manufacturing in the back. Next slide. Again, from the street, parking in front, some sort of manufacturing facility in back. You could even take off a few of the lean-to additions because you'd be diminishing the non-conforming nature. Next slide, please. Now, by right alternative number two, when I say by right, as we know, they do not need any approvals by the planning board, the zoning board of appeals for anything to do with these alternative uses, as long as they stick to the zoning that is approved for the area. Now, in this case, a commercial developer or user could come in, tear down the existing building and build, among other things, a retail services, private education. Those are both allowed by right. And the land as it sits would conform. Next slide, please. This shows, again, what someone could do by putting a commercial building in the middle, parking in front, parking behind, dumpsters on one side, lighting, parking lot lighting above, etc. Next slide, please. This shows that type of a building as you look at it from State Street. Next slide, please. Again, just another view of a similar type of structure. Next slide. And finally, something nearer State Street with the setback necessary, but good use for retail services. Next slide, please. Let's get into the proposed project. We had the opportunity here to adaptively reuse this commercial site that has potential other uses, but adaptively reuse it for residential. Residential that would blend in with everything on that side of State Street and would be conducive, most conducive to the neighborhood that it is in. Next slide, please. What we have come up with is a Greek Revival design face to the street on the front unit, so that as you drive by going up or down State Street, it looks just like a Greek Revival home, single family house. It doesn't jump out at you as anything other than that. Next slide, please. The other way, going down State Street, same type of thing. You see the facade, you see a sunroom on the side, you see the trees that exist. Does not stand out. Next slide, please. So our proposed project involves demolishing the existing structure and constructing a new 4-unit multifamily dwelling with an accessory structure, which is a garage. Now, this is the way we get to a residential use in this location. There's only one way that this location can be used for residential purposes under zoning, and that is for a multifamily. And the only way that multifamily works economically is for 4 units as we have designed it. So we would be changing the use from light manufacturing to multifamily, and we eliminate 4 nonconformities while we do not create any new ones. And we increase the various dimensional controls that you see here. Each unit will have a 2-car garage for parking, as well as a driveway in front of it. Next slide, please. This is a site plan, the engineered plan. The dark strip is the driveway. The lighter one is the building. The entire project fits within the dimensional controls of multifamily in all respects. The building, the 4 units, the last one has a garage off to the left. The others are integral, and that's what extends the building, basically. That's what creates the extension of the building from front to back, is the inclusion of the 2-car garages with each unit. That obviously elongates, but still within the dimensional controls, the proposed structure. Next slide, please. Now, when we met with the abutters, which we've done a couple of times, the concern of drainage came up. And we've addressed that. In fact, we've gone over the top, so to speak, because on a small project like this, the city does not require any stormwater management system. And you're left to your own devices pretty much as to how you deal with stormwater. We have decided, however, that we will produce an engineered, self-contained stormwater plan, which means that all of the runoff from the roofs, from the driveway, will all be, excuse me, underground to the city stormwater management system in State Street. There will be no danger of any drainage issue. The site is going to be graded, again, with engineered proposed grades specifically to keep stormwater runoff away from adjacent lands. Now, we will have 6,400 square feet of open space, and over 5,000 square feet of the open space is dedicated to grassy area. This is important for drainage also. Next slide, please. Now, the stormwater plan, if you can see the dotted pinkish lines, they run around the perimeter of the building. They're all interconnected. There are 2 catch basins in the driveway. All of this is engineered, and we would look forward to having this as part of our approval, that the engineered drawing be part of our permit. And it all goes into the stormwater system right in front of our property on State Street. The engineered plan is also going to be reviewed by the city engineer, who has made recommendations as to what might be done, even though he admits that they do not have any purview over it. So he will be involved in recommending and overseeing what we do. Next slide. Now, the landscape plan, this is critical to some of the comments that have been made by our abutters. Again, very important. The trees here with the curved lines, so to speak, whatever you would call them, representing the canopy of the trees. The siting of those trees is right off the site plan. Again, they have been placed by the engineers who did the survey of the lot, and even including the trees off our lot in back. Those are all going to stay. We're not removing any trees. And in fact, we're adding a significant amount of arborvitae trees along both sides and the back of the property. We've made it very clear to the neighbors that we would very much enjoy working with them as to the placement of those trees, and also participating with them in the replacement of the fence between 152 on the upper side of the drawing, 152 State Street, and our property at 156. So between a new fence, which again can be as high as they want if the 2 parties agree, and the additional ground plantings, and these are substantial ones. These are being brought in at 10 to 12 foot high to start with, and they will grow to 15 feet very quickly. The privacy issue, I think, has been dealt with. Next slide, please. This is a very stark picture, as most elevation pictures are, but it's there for a reason. Next slide, please. This is the same view, exactly the same view from 162 State Street. Standing on the front doorstep of the condo unit at 162. That's the magnitude of what we're going to bring in and put along under the existing tree, which is in the middle. And there's another existing tree out of sight to the left. Next slide, please. This stands back quite a bit further on that same side, excuse me. But again, you're looking at a fairly pleasing site where you have significant plantings, some mature trees, and the fence in front. Next slide, please. This is another view from 152, the back, the unit number 4, Ms. Sullivan's unit. This is the corner. Now the building is right on the fence, the existing building. It will be set back approximately 20 feet off each side. Next slide. Same view with existing trees that were cited by the surveyors. And if you look just over the fence line, you'll see the arborvitae plantings that we will add so that there will be literally no way of seeing our building from her deck. Next slide, please. This is another view from 152. Again, kind of stark with nothing there. Next slide. This is with the existing trees. To the right, you see the arborvitae, and we're perfectly willing to plant more along there. This is what we hope to achieve in working with the abutters, is where they would like privacy. And privacy works both ways. Obviously, it helps the people on either side. So we're very, very open to doing as much of that as the folks would like. Next slide, please. Density. This has been another issue that's come up. And I'd like to start by pointing out that we have applied under the multifamily use. That is a designated use in the zoning bylaw. Of the 4-unit multifamily structures in Newburyport, 87% have less than the square footage per unit that we have. The average density of a 4-unit multifamily is 2,200. We're almost double in our case. Now, diagonally across the street from us is the Smart Growth Overlay District of Newburyport, just across the street. That establishes the maximum density of 2,000 feet. Can't have any more land per unit. In fact, you get incentivized to have less. Very dense. The third one is a new one. This was a law just passed a year ago in January of 21. And it states, not recommends, Newburyport shall have one district allowing multifamily by right at a minimum density of 15 living units per acre. That translates to 2,700 square feet per unit. And that is within a 1/2 mile radius of the train station. Now, our property is well within that, but I'm not suggesting that it applies to us. I wanted to bring this to the attention of the board to show the concentration on density that is happening in that part of the city. The smart growth area may satisfy this requirement, but there's definite question as to whether the smart growth area is sufficiently large to satisfy the state requirement. That has not been ironed out yet. If it's not, there's only one way for that geographic area to go. And it's, again, within a half mile of the MBTA station, has to be an entire district. And chances are it may come across State Street, but again, not cited at this point. Next one, please. Okay, quickly, the city of Newburyport has 140 parcels as multifamily. Only 17 have greater density, greater square footage per unit than we do. 61% of the parcels on Lower State Street, that's from Greenleaf to Parker, are multi-unit structures, either two-family or multifamily. And the citywide multifamily density average is 2,667 square feet per unit. 88% of the multifamily structures have a density less than ours. Less. The average number of units per multifamily within the city is 6. Next slide, please. Okay, as you're looking down, we are the second one down, 156 State. You'll notice all of these are condo developments on this side of State Street. 6 units, 4 units, 3 units, 5 units, 6 units, very much in keeping with what we're doing. The one at 172 State, very similar to what we're doing. We fit in very well in this context. We're not outsized whatsoever. Next slide, please. This is interesting. This shows two things. Number one, it shows the reduced frontage associated with the existing multifamily buildings on the lower side of State Street. If you start right against State Street itself, you'll see numbers 71, 90, 32, 108. Those are the frontages all the way down State Street. And they're all less than the required amounts. But the second thing that's interesting in talking about open space, where we are at 156, directly behind us, the small circle that says open space, there is nothing behind us for a quarter of an acre all the way to Cherry Street. It's wooded with a small open area of parking. So we are not, the windows on the back of our building look out at this wooded area. Likewise, across the street is a huge multi-acre wooded area. Lots of space, lots of openness around this property. Next slide, please. Now, we made a change to the building. We took into concerns of the neighbors and privacy and made some adjustments. The back unit, we've taken the top gable end off, reduced the square footage, taken those 2 windows on the side of the gable on the back of the building, and we have produced what the redesign shows on the bottom, where none of those upper windows are looking out toward 162, and everything looks to the rear, except the front facade, of course, but the other windows to the rear of the building. Our intention is to preserve all the existing boundary trees, and we were looking to strategically plant new screening along the boundary lines. Next slide. This shows another view of those 2 windows up in the left that were a privacy issue for the people in 162, the condo unit at the end. We've taken that away. Next slide, please. Again, it's gone now, and the square footage associated with it is gone. Next slide, please. Attorney Sheehan, I'd like to have you just touch on this part as we sum it up. Hello, Attorney Sheehan.
Mr. Chair, are you able to hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now, Attorney Sheehan.
Very good.
You're welcome to add to Mr. Clifford's presentation as you see fit.
Thank you very much. We've taken care of the first of the two standards, that is that we are not intensifying or extending any existing nonconformity. We're eliminating 4 and substantially reducing the other 2. As to the second standard, the proposed change will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood for all of the reasons that you've heard from Mr. Clifford. We are removing an encroaching, non-conforming cinder block building with a corrugated metal roof to 4 conforming handsome townhouses. We are replacing a manufacturing use that no longer fits where it is now with a residential use, which most certainly fits in the neighborhood. We've taken care of the drainage, as Mr. Clifford has referenced. The landscaping and the trees have designed to increase the privacy situation there. All in all, what we have done, I would submit respectfully, most certainly fits the neighborhood. Not only will it not be substantially more detrimental, it will improve the neighborhood. And with that, I think that Mr. Clifford may just want to touch on, or I can touch on the second special permit, that is the standard by which a special permit is issued for multifamily use in the B1 district. And we can, Al, I'll let you run right through them, but you've got them right there by way of the bullet points.
Oh, go right ahead.
All right. So what we have is the proposed project will be in keeping with the neighborhood, with the homes along State Street. What we are doing is we are replacing a non-permitted use with a permitted use, albeit a use that requires a special permit. There can be no question that we are in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance, because after all, multifamily is allowed here by way of special permit. We're taking care of all of the parking. There's sufficient parking. There are sidewalks which run along both sides of State Street. We're in close proximity to the R3 district. The rear lot line abuts the R1 district. And what we have here is a mixture of residential styles and residential homes. We suggest that this is consistent and promotes that neighborhood generally, and it will not impair the integrity or character of this district or the adjoining districts. And for all of those reasons, we would ask that you consider and grant the special permit for nonconformities. I take it, Al, that you're going to talk about the criteria for the special permit for the multifamily?
No, I hadn't.
Okay.
I hadn't.
I can deal with those.
Okay.
We have submitted a memorandum and a revised memorandum, Mr. Chair, for the special permit for the use that is multifamily. And the various criteria are as follows. The use requested is listed in the table of use regulations, as I indicated, by way of a special permit. The requested use, is it essential or desirable for the public convenience or welfare? For all of the reasons that we have set forth, we would suggest that this project does. The requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. In fact, with a residential use as opposed to a manufacturing or a retail use, we're actually helping those situations with less traffic and less concern with pedestrian safety. The requested use will certainly not overload any public water, drainage, or sewer system or any other system within the city. You heard Mr. Clifford detail how he's going to make sure he works with the city engineer with respect to drainage. There are no special regulations other than the special permit for the multifamily use. As I indicated, we're not impairing the integrity or character of the district. We're not creating an excess of any particular use that here. What we're doing is especially with respect to the density calculations that Mr. Clifford has provided. What we're proposing here is consistent with what zoning is looking for here. The proposed use is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance, and we are not going to be conducting any use which emits any dangerous, noxious, injurious, or otherwise objectionable fire hazards. So with all of that said, I would suggest respectfully that we have met the criteria for both of the special permits which we seek from this board. The board can so find, and we ask the board to so find and grant the relief requested. That is a special permit for nonconformities and a special permit for multifamily residential use at 156 State Street. We thank you very much, and hopefully between Mr. Clifford and me, we can answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Sheehan, and thank you, Mr. Clifford. Was there anything else, Mr. Clifford, before we moved on to public?
Just a couple of points. It'll be very short. Caitlin, if I could go back to slide 38, please. That one, yep. Okay, ours is the second one down. The current footprint of the new building, excuse me, the current footprint of the port sheet metal building, the non-conforming, not permitted use, is 7,600 square feet. The proposal that we have is 6,761 square feet, actually a smaller footprint on the lot in our proposal. Also, I would mention that with regard to the surrounding properties, which are condos, we are lower in height than the ones at 152, both front and rear. And we are almost exactly the same as the ones at 162. So the scale, the height fits into the area. It was designed to do so. And the distance to abutters is all quite similar, between 45 and 50 feet from the buildings in all directions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clifford. And with that, I will close the presentation portion of the public hearing and ask our planning director, Mr. Port, to put up the public comment slide. Thank you, Andy. And I will start to take questions, public comments from anyone who wishes to speak. I will recognize Ms. Linda Dolmatch first. Ms. Dolmatch, if you can hear me, kindly unmute your mic and just give your name and address to our keeper of the minutes, and you have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Dolmatch. I'm a direct abutter at 152 State Street, Unit 1. And I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Clifford met with some of the neighbors and expressed his intention to agree to work with us with trees and fencing, and I very much appreciate that. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I have lived here for almost 20 years next to the light manufacturing, as it referred to port sheet metal, without any impact really on my quality of life. And so the kind of threat of commercial development next door does not really bother me quite as much as the density of that fourth unit, which I think is too much for that lot. In spite of all the square footage issues, the density, the view, I think is still too much. There's impact on the privacy. So I'm not opposed to the variance of use. And I'm not adjusted yet to whether this is permit or variance yet. We'll have to study that. From commercial to residential to multifamily, but I do believe that 3 units are the proper amount. And I would much have preferred to see a plan for 3 units as opposed to these possible kind of commercial buildings. So it's that end unit that, I see some changes have been made and I appreciate that. But I still think the lot density is right for 3 and I'm opposed to 4. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dolmetsch. Recognizing Gary Hodgel, and forgive me, Mr. Hodgel, if I'm mispronouncing your name, but if you can hear me, just kindly unmute your mic and you have the floor, sir.
Okay, close enough. Okay, so I'm looking once again, Mr. Clifford's proposed layout. And what bothered me the first time I saw this.
Sir, if I could, I apologize, if I could just ask you, if you wouldn't mind just giving.
Yeah, 152 State Street, Unit 2 in Newburyport.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so basically, when I first saw this layout, I was saying, is veritable footprints of the entire property is what it looks like. Now, I'm not talking strictly about the structure, but when you take into consideration the pavements, the driveway and the parking spots and all of that, and the fact that the backyard of these units are likely to have a patioed area for entertainment, barbecuing, and that sort of thing. There's small areas to begin with, and there are stairs leading out there to begin with. So I assume that's what's going to happen. I come up with roughly a 70% coverage by non-permeable materials such as cement and structure. And that basically leaves, in my calculations, and all of these calculations were made up, they're all in the appendix, easy to read. It reduces the natural drainage that we currently have with poured sheet metal, or the old property, I should say, by 45%. That's the natural drainage. And I did hear a proposal or a promise that Mr. Clifford made about the drainage treatment. That's going to be very important, whatever goes in there, because by his own words, he said, if, you know, our parking lot, our area started to flood, that our only recourse after he sells all the units would be we would have to sue the people at 156 State Street at that condo association. I guess the scale in terms of the height, I have no problem with, but I disagree with the proximity issue of the back side of those units to the front side of our units. It's extremely close. If you look at the footprint of where that abutment is, the 156 to 152 abutment, and you can look at those, review those maps. I don't think you'll see any sides that are as close and as long in our neighborhood that looks anything like that. So the density and the height, I would say just the sheer density and the proximity of the units is causing an extreme loss of privacy, afternoon daylight loss, and any potential for open green space. You can see that the green space that was cited, something like 5,000 or 6,000 feet. But if you look at the map, that's snuck in like in these little crevices and the backside of the building, and he's claiming all of the backyard as open free space, which, as I said, is likely half of it will likely be patioed over. So last thing I wanted to mention, because I don't know how this works, it's my first ZBA meeting, but the last thing I wanted to mention is the data items that are on this filing and the proposed plan. I don't know if there's supposed to be a variance or non-compliance or what the term is, but it says that there's 20,000 feet that's required for this multifamily 103 unit, and there's only 16,700 odd feet of land there. And I find that in Mr. Clifford's presentation, he's comparing other non-compliances to this non-compliance. And it seems like there's so many non-compliances that that's the main metric that's being used is not conformity, but compliance. We're not as non-compliant as all these other houses. So So I don't see a variance for that going to 16,700 feet versus the 20,000 feet square foot requirement. And I don't agree with the 70% lot coverage because of the cement driveway thing. It's really 70%. And the setback, oh, okay. The minimum front setback in footage is set in the requirement for this multifamily 103 is 20 feet, and it's actually 6 feet. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgel. Recognizing Anne Marie, I don't see a last name unless perhaps Marie is the last name, but Anne Marie, if you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Sure, it's Anne Marie Vega, and I live 162 State Street, Unit 2. So it's adjacent to this proposed application. And there's several points. I had a couple, but now that I've heard the whole presentation, I actually have a few more. So I understand we want to move from one zoning type to the other or within the same B1 area. It's highlighted that port sheet metal or the current property is light manufacturing, and it's out of conformity. It was born in this. It was made in the 60s, which was stated by the attorney. So likely it was before the current zoning rules and regulations. So that should be taken into account. It's not as if it was just created or put in place. So I suppose it could continue on. And again, I think as one of the residents already mentioned, all of us are used to having that there. It's been there as a manufacturing facility of types since we all came. So if we want to change from the current zoning that we have to multifamily, my understanding is they are now asking for a special permit with variance. I'm asking the zoning board to then step back, take a clean piece of paper and say, okay, if you want to be in multifamily, you're asking for a special permit and you're asking for variances. If you want us to give, in any negotiation I ever do, there's a take, right? You bargain back and forth. So the density they're highlighting, I'd like to cover because to me, that should give back and forth. Give you less frontage, less setbacks, more coverage of property as long as you do the drainage. But let's look at that zoning and that density. Taking from Greenleaf to Parker, and if we are all familiar with the city, we know that there are some density areas within there. If we take from State Street High and walk down the street, it's all residential until we hit this property on both sides of the street. That's where we start getting some mixed use. So I'm for, sure, let's make it residential. Let's look at the local properties. If we look at slide 38, I believe I had noted, he shows 6, 4, 3, the different numbers of the condos in those local properties. We provided from 162 the calculations. If we look at the density of the immediately properties in the area, his density is way off. It's substantially different. We're looking for substantial impact. So I'm going to use substantial difference here as well. So if you take it down to 3, it is still not aligned with those State Street properties. If we take his then financial problem that he mentioned, right? He needs 4 to break even. The properties and condo sizes of that size are going for at least $1 million per property currently, especially with 2-car garages in this area. Likely, and I had mine estimated, it's over $1 million. So he will get $3 million from this proposed application and development. That should be sufficient to cover expenses and profit. If it's not, he should have recognized that before purchasing. So I think if we want to give and take, I think that's reasonable. He could do other commercial properties. He showed retail. He certainly, if he did the Compass Rose, he could do an inn, for example. So there are alternatives. So that financial piece, I think, needs to be alleviated out of the conversation. And then finally, if we do go forward, I still have a substantial impact. Yes, we had port metal. Yes, you saw the fence. I don't see port metal so much from my home. Out of the bedrooms that I mentioned, the 2-bedroom that has the windows facing that way, in the evening when you go to bed, you could see there was something there. nothing looking into the windows. The picture he showed with the fence and then arborvitae, fantastic. When I park my car, I will see arborvitae. That's not the issue. It's second floor to second floor. And if you could look at all of the pictures he showed, second floor to second floor, you can see it. And since I can see the rooftop of the current port sheet metal, that means I will see into those homes, and those homes will see into my bedroom. So that is actually a privacy issue. On the other side, he's proposing taller trees. Perhaps that's the answer. But again, I do not believe that he has the ability to do that with his driveway. Don't know for sure. So those are my high level. I think, he also talked about the smart. I think I want to highlight that as well. I think it's called smart growth. If we look across the street, it is, yes, there's some open land. It's a cemetery, followed by a single family home, followed by retail. So what that actually did was open up the area for Heinz and that development. So I think we need to take all the facts that were stated, and you better than I am sure as the zoning board know why things were done. But I do feel like the way the facts are being presented are stating a case differently than maybe perhaps unbiased. Maybe I have a bias, they have a bias. And so I asked the zoning board to really, think through all of the facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vega. And recognizing Mr. Roy Bean. Mr. Bean, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Roy Bean. I live at 162 State Street, Unit 1. I try to keep this brief. I want to echo the same concerns about the density, and just reference that if we looked at the abutting properties and go up and down the street a little bit from 162 to 174, if we took an average of acres per unit, it would come out to about 0.151 acres per unit. And currently with the 4-unit proposal for Mr. Clifford, he is at 0.1045. So even at moving from 4 units down to 3 units, he would still be below that average that I referenced of 0.151. He would be 0.139 acre per unit, still below the density of the surrounding properties on the same side of the street. So I echo the density concerns from everybody, and in particular for us at 162 State Street, that 4th unit is in direct view, as the last person mentioned, is direct view of our condos here. While Mr. Clifford mentioned about the height of the units being similar, and I can't speak to the exact measurements comparing the heights, I will say that the units at 162 are 2 floors of living space, whereas his 4th unit in the back appears to be a 3 floors of living space, with that the dormer with the windows off the back. Not to mention that we also have that 3rd or the 4th garage, the detached garage in the back of the property that adjusts those setbacks that I think one of the gentlemen from 152 had mentioned, that the setbacks are a little different. That is, that detached garage is only 6 feet off of the back property line and roughly 6 feet off of our abutting property line at 162 State. I appreciate the fact that he has eliminated one of the dormers in that 4th unit to try and allay some of the concerns we had with privacy of that 4th unit, but I still think the density is too much. The trees, the arborvitaes he is proposing are going to be on the north side of a tall fence. Currently, the fence is at least 6 feet tall. I actually haven't measured the fence that in between the 2 properties. And arborvitaes that he's proposing require 6 hours of full sun. So I can't imagine they're going to grow very well on the north side of a fence there, as well as in the new proposal, the arborvitaes he has planted are in the turnaround area for that detached garage. They're actually on what was in the past proposal elevate or property description, the proposed landscape plan where the actual turnaround is, and you can still see it a little bit, but whoever is in that fourth unit's garage will not be able to back out and turn into that space. They will have to either back all the way out the driveway or have a very small car that can turn around in the space that's in the garage because of the arborvitaes that are planted on what used to be a driveway space, which is exactly where our property looks at their fourth unit. So I think the privacy concerns will still exist despite those trees that are only going to grow to about 15 feet. Again, as the last caller had mentioned, that from our driveway, it won't be that bad, but we'll still be looking at the properties at their second floors. From inside our properties, we will be looking directly into there and them looking directly into our properties. So those are my continued concerns with this proposal. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Bean. Recognizing Mr. Jim McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, you have the floor.
Good evening again. This is Jim McCarthy, 17 Russia Street. I want to speak in support of the project at 156 State Street by Mr. Clifford. Mr. Clifford started off the presentation with some of the projects he's permitted and done over the last 20 years. And I would like to say that I've watched most of the permitting and the construction of those projects, and I'm grateful that we have somebody of his reputation in our community. I'd like to, there's three things that strike me as good about the proposal. One is the use change. Another one is the streetscape improvement. And the third one is the huge improvement in setbacks. And I want to touch on each one of those briefly. It is my hope that Newburyport eventually evolves into a collection of villages. I imagine that one of our village centers, as the Rotary gets redeveloped, that will be a village center. So to change the use from light manufacturing to residential density in this location is an excellent use. It will allow walking into the village center, and it will highlight one of our core strengths, which is walkability. In addition to the change of use will bring much less traffic. If it's one thing I learned over 20 years of observing what gets built is residential uses are much less intense than anything industrial or retail. The second thing is this, I think the streetscape is going to be vastly improved by bringing the building up to the street, and with the little picket fence he showed and the improved replaced brick sidewalk, it's going to make the streetscape look much better, and it's going to read exactly like all the other facades going down the street on that side. I know he doesn't have the frontage required, but the proportion of the building, that ratio of the front of the building to the frontage is pretty consistent all the way down that side of the street, and it will read the same and be much more pleasing, and much more pleasing for a pedestrian to walk along. Last, I'd like to comment about the improvement of the setbacks. I don't think the images he showed does justice to how bad the building is against the setbacks right now. If you look at the aerial images, that building is really wedged in the back, and the only way you're going to get anything to grow is to really bring the building off all the setbacks. So I think it's a tremendous improvement to move everything away from the edge. The use is actually the best, in my opinion, and it will vastly improve the streetscape. And I urge you to grant the permits that Mr. Clifford seeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Seeing no additional hands, we'll give it another moment in case there's any additional hands. I see a hand raised. The moniker reads Corey and Tammy. If that is you, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and you have the floor. If you could just give your name and address for the record. And again, I do ask the courtesy of all those wishing to speak during public comment in the interest of time and so that everyone can have an opportunity to speak. Within reason, do kindly try to keep your remarks to about 2 minutes. We've been running over every single one, but and I grant discretion on that. So just keep that in mind if you could. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep this brief. My name is Corey Prince. We are at 152 State Street, unit number 3. I am here with my wife, Tammy, who is next to me. We participated in the December meeting in which we had shared a number of comments and observations. I am certainly pleased to see that there have been a few accommodations that have been made by Mr. Clifford, particularly around drainage proposal and addressing the rear height of the last unit. I did want to return to a couple of things that I had mentioned and also provide one additional piece of comment here. One of the comments I made last time, and we've had a lot of conversation here, and I can echo the sentiments of many of my neighbors. I don't know where Mr. McCarthy came from, but at least in terms of the people who are on State Street, the design and the density from a concern standpoint, last time I brought up, one of the elements about the design that is a little bit deceptive is that there is a steady ridge line down the entire length of the project at maximum height. Mr. Clifford showed slide 34, which seemed to show a proposed set of trees in arborvitaes, and it actually showed reductions in the roof lines that were basically at varying heights, which is not the case of the proposal. So I wanted to make sure that that was clarified, that I brought that back up. There seems to be no additional adjustment to the impact of that, and it's relatively monolithic. Then the last couple of things I just wanted to touch on, there seemed to be an implication that we were well within a half mile of the MBTA station. That is actually not the case. It's 0.8 of a mile. So it's a little over 3/4 of a mile to the MBTA station. Then outside of that, last remark is there also, due to the fact that it is 3 or 4 residences down towards the circle, the implication that we are, right on the edge of the smart growth district. That's really happens down at Gordon's Rugs and beyond, and is kind of away from the opposite side of the street. And I think there's about 4 residences before you hit that district. So that was it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And looking for any additional hands, seeing no additional hands. Let's see, I thought I just saw one. Going once, going twice. We have, it looks like there's a hand coming up and going down. Thomas, I believe it's Pulse, and forgive me if, Pulsu, if that is, if you can hear me, that is, and if that's you, feel free to unmute your mic and just, if you could kindly give your name and address, we'll go ahead and recognize you, Thomas.
Yes, my name is Thomas Pelser. I'm at 158 State Street. And we are a direct abutter. And this is my wife, Barbara Oswald.
Yes.
Also at 158 State Street.
And thank you for taking our comments. We'll keep it brief. So what we wanted to say is that we certainly support this moving to a residential change, because even though Port Sheet Metal has been a great neighbor for us, we would like to have it be residential. We've lived here for 40 years. We think that Mr. Clifford's proposal of the architecture is very, very nice, and we think the brick sidewalk is an improvement. But the proposal of 4 units in the multifamily is just too dense. And you will notice that there are no supporting letters or comments from direct abutters. The support of this is not from people that are going to live right next door to this. I would encourage Mr. Clifford to come back with a 3-unit multifamily proposal, and we would be glad to think about that. It certainly would be pleasing, the front, the way the building that would be parallel to the street is very pleasing to the pedestrians and to people driving by, and the architecture is beautiful. But it is when you live on either side of it that you're looking at this massive building that we think needs to be adjusted to have a 3-family multi-unit. So that's my thought. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. And did you want to say anything, Tom?
No, I think I think it's all been well covered. It's a density issue. And I did notice that the people up the street from us, the condos up the street, had some great light getting in their windows. And I'd like to see a proposal that was a little more broken up for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's pretty much covers it.
That's right. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Pelsu. Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing no additional hands, I am going to go ahead and close that portion of the public hearing. And we will move on to questions from the board. And we'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question about the driveway, is the driveway going to be asphalt?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is going to be some quick.
With catch basins in it.
Got it. Okay. Excellent. Can you, there was a question that came up about the ridge lining of the buildings. I don't know if you could pull up, if you're familiar with what slide that is, and maybe address that concern and explain whether or not is there a break between the condos and then the built-in garages?
I wasn't exactly clear on what that person was referring to. Let's go back to no. Yeah.
I was looking back the other way with the arborvitaes. Maybe there was something where it was from the back of the lot looking forward.
Yeah. Okay.
And it looked like there were differences, but there were some where it didn't.
Let's go to.
Or just discuss the actual plans. Are there differences in roof heights from front to back?
Okay. If that's what he's referring to, there is a difference in the ridge heights. It's hard to see with the black, but the ridge heights between the gables is lower. A lot of the reason for how this is configured is governed by the zoning ordinance, which has as a part of it how multiple units shall be joined. And they're very strict about this. The eave heights have to be pretty much the same all the way around the building. It doesn't allow you to stagger much of anything. And this is, and I don't know the section of the zoning bylaw, but it has to do with multifamily buildings.
Okay.
And it has, that's all I'll say about that.
Okay, fair enough. And the other question that, and have I forgotten it or scribbled it down and lost it? At the end unit, I know that the original proposal, I think I had mentioned that, the concerns of the abutter with the extra floor there, and it was to accommodate for the fact that there wasn't a garage built off the end. It was freestanding, so to get the square footage similar, you had to go up a little bit, and you made some attempts to help with the privacy, and I think everyone has said that's appreciated. But the big question that keeps coming up is the density, 3 units versus 4. And I know, this isn't about laying out your financials, but can you, in a roundabout way, explain why you're sure that 3 units doesn't work versus 4?
I'm glad you brought that up, because that goes to the very heart of the situation. In order to get this into residential use, the only way we do it is multifamily. And a component of the project is, of course, the front end costs. Now, this was a very unique property. It's not a parcel of land on a country road. This parcel had a going business on it, permitted with by right other uses available. It had a building, a little bit nondescript, but able to be rehabbed on it. So these are very valuable commodities in Newburyport. A standalone potential retail use, potential light manufacturing use, its own parking, its own building. It just does not exist in this small scale. So the value placed on that governed the entry cost of going into the project. Now, people will say, well, why did you do that? Well, I feel that this result is the best for the neighborhood. But obviously, I'm a businessman, and the backup is to turn it over to one of the commercial people who I bid against to get the property. I don't think that's the highest and best use, but if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. I hope that kind of answers your question. If not, I'll be happy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll leave it at that for now. I'm not going to follow up on that. At this point, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah. I think the last time this project came up in December, we went very late. We heard a lot from the abutters, many very similar comments. We started to get into it and it was 11 o'clock and we decided to postpone it because of the late hour, which I'm glad we did. That's a late hour. I feel like we're back tonight with pretty much the same place where I don't hear anybody objecting in the neighborhood to having a multifamily use here. The issue that almost everybody says, everybody that lives in the neighborhood says, is density. And I would like to give you guys a chance to respond to, I think one of the abutters sent in a table today. He referenced it to it in his talk. And I wonder if, Caitlin, you could put up the letter that came in from Roy Dean today, because it has a table in it that I'd like to give these guys a chance to comment upon, because it talks right to the density. Yeah, that's the table. If you could just blow up the little table in the middle there. So as I understand it, these are the other multifamily units on the street. And there are 3, 6, 3, 5, and 6 units. There's the acreage. There's the acres per unit. And your project down below in the next line, 156 State 4-unit project has 0.1045 acres per unit. So I just would like to give you a chance to talk to this issue that all the neighbors keep bringing up again and again and again about, well, it'd be good, why don't you do it a little smaller? And it does look like from this data that you're proposing something that's more dense than anybody else. Or what am I missing here?
Yeah, it would take me a bit to go over his, the way he came up with that. Our density calculations, comparing apples to apples, which is a little different. They're all between 4,000 and 7,000 square feet per unit. Excuse me, 4,000 and 6,000 square feet per unit. When I say all, the front part of 152 State Street is a little bit of a hybrid. The 3 units on State Street are the only ones in the B1 district. The back 3 units are in R2 and they were built in R2 and their frontage is on Cherry Street. Now they're merged into the same association, but as far as comparing the zoning and what they built, it's distorted. If we take the front 3 units, which is the original State Street 3 units, then that they're at 4,700 square feet per unit. And the others range up to 5 to 6, between 4 and 6,000 square feet per unit. And so I think we fit very well in that. I mean, we're not talking, the difference is 2,000 square feet. Is
Yeah, I'm
40
sorry. So you're saying the neighborhood is between 47 and 6, and I'm sorry, I'm just not familiar with where you are on the scale compared to the neighborhood. So are you in that same range, or are you smaller?
Yes, we are. We're 4,191. And
okay. So I mean, an acre is 43,000 some odd square feet. I mean, I don't see how this math could work out quite so differently. I get the point on the immediate abutter who has some units in another zoning district. But I don't understand how all the other ones.
Like, he's got 168 to 170 on there.
Yeah.
That's an old house that was converted to 3 condos.
Yep.
And they have, I guess, a big backyard that goes way back. If you drive by it on the street, you can't even see the backyard, but it must go back to the old railroad. Again, I didn't include that because I'm comparing the townhouse developments like ours that have been put in the last 10 years. And
no, I understand that you told us about the townhouses all over Newburyport and you compared yourself to those. But, you know, if we think about the neighborhood that you're in, because at the end of the day, that's kind of what we have to do here. I think this table becomes very useful. So I appreciate you addressing it for me. I'm not sure I completely follow how the two tables can result in such completely different answers, though. So
no, I can't either. And they're dissimilar properties.
Well, Caitlin, if you could go back to slide 38 in their presentation, because this doesn't have the data on it, but you can see visually the size of the buildings relative to the lots.
Right.
It just does look like yours with the 4 units, your pink space there covers a lot more of the lots than your neighbors, any of the ones you've pointed to.
We're down at 172. We're very similar to 172.
I agree. I agree you're similar to that one. And to me, that is the one that is by far the densest in the neighborhood. And I'm not sure, you know, because you found one of the lot that's really, really dense, that becomes the yardstick. I mean, I can understand the concerns in the neighborhood and they're very uniform tonight and at the last meeting. And that's why I wanted to give you a chance to talk to it. So I had one other question on the density, which is, but between all the slides from last time and this time, if you compare just the footprint of what you showed us in December to the footprint of what you're showing us today, is it the same?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. I wasn't 100% sure. Okay, that's the only questions I have at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Yeah, I think I just had 2 quick questions, and it has to do with the height of the buildings. I was looking at one of the drawings, and it looked like the highest ridge height was 29.8 feet. Is that correct?
29.8, yes.
But the eave height, so if you will, the bottom of the roof is 19.6 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and as I said.
So that's similar to a standard 2-story home.
Yeah, it is. That's all we're using is 2 stories, except on the last unit.
Right. Yep. I've got no other questions, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. And Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, Mr. Clifford, would you be prepared to consider eliminating the asphalt and using concrete in the driveway there, or some sort of other material?
Yeah, I would be open to that, to using concrete.
I find the slash of asphalt there in an otherwise very tasteful project seems to be jarring to me, and I appreciate your consideration there.
It's more a maintenance consideration than anything.
I understand that, but there are not only aesthetic, but environmental and other reasons for not using asphalt. But
okay.
And can you comment a bit on the materials that will be used in the exterior of the buildings, please?
The exterior materials are geared toward maintenance-free. We use composite materials for our siding and our trim boards. They're not as susceptible to deterioration from water. And they're made from compressed ash materials. They seem to be holding up very well as we continue to use them. Our windows are usually Marvin. With the supply chain issues we're having, sometimes we jump around, but they're always a high quality of window. And the roofing material will be architectural grade roofing and architectural design shingles.
Okay, thanks. Can you just comment also on what the maintenance obligations will be relative to this stormwater system, which strikes me as somewhat sophisticated?
Well, that's a good point. We just finished one up at Hamilton Way, and there's a company in Billerica that comes once a year to service the system, to inspect it, to if it needs to be cleaned out. And that would be the homeowner, that would be part of the common fee, would be this company's charge on an annual basis. And they're on call also, if anything goes wrong. That's how the maintenance would be handled.
Right. Do you have an order of magnitude of what the annual maintenance might be on that?
$1,800.
Okay. All right. And finally, on the structure in the back, which appears to be somewhat taller than the others, I'm not quite sure why that has to be that way. Can you talk to me about that a bit?
There is no difference.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Wait a minute. No, I'm checking with my son. Width of the building's different, changes the peak. Okay, the pitch changes because of the width. It's about a foot higher at the ridge. In answer to your question, that last unit.
All right, and just tell me again, how large, what are the living areas of these units?
2,500 square feet.
And that's plus the 2-car garages.
That's correct.
Those are very generous units for sure. Quite nice, I must say that. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before I close that portion of the public hearing? Seeing no further questions from the board, we'll move into deliberations. And again, members of the ZBA, I'll just remind us all that it looks as though in migration of this application from the first time we had heard it in December, there appears to have been the removal of the applicant's request for a variance. Now the applicant seeks only the special permit for nonconformities. So the dimensional variance is no longer part of this application, but rather a special permit for nonconformities and a special permit for a use change. So with that, I ask you to tailor your deliberations accordingly. We'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Ciampetti. I was very heartened by the changes that were made from the last meeting with respect to trying to add some privacy to the property and the willingness to continue to work with the abutters to do everything it can to improve the concerning sightlines that some abutters might have. There was a lot of discussion about drainage and concerns about drainage, which seem to have been addressed and will be worked into, I think, already agreed upon conditions in here. So from the changes where we're no longer looking for a variance for the first special permit for nonconformities, you can see that there's improvement to many, elimination of some, improvement to many. So I appreciate that. It satisfies that. And as far as being more detrimental to the neighborhood, With due respect to the abutters and the concern about the density, I am not as concerned about the density, I guess, and I'll listen to my colleagues on that. It's a large lot. There are buffer zones on either side of the property line from what I gather from the plans and what I gather from looking at the area view. So I don't see it with the developments in the general neighborhood. I don't see this proposal being more detrimental to the neighborhood with respect to size and massing, with all due respect to the concerns about the massing from the direct abutters. But I think the willingness to work with privacy issues and the improvement on the space between the property lines, I think I can live with that portion and find it not more detrimental, more detrimental to the neighborhood in that respect. With respect to the multifamily use, I think that was laid out very well by the applicant, that it's located in the B1 zoning district where it's allowed by special permit. Multifamily is allowed by special permit, and therefore by its very nature, the city finds that desirable. And it is maybe not within a half mile of the MBTA, but it is close to the MBTA, which is helpful, especially in the overall arching plan of the city. Requested use won't create undue traffic congestion, as is expected to have, as presented, negligible impacts on traffic with the driveway entrance off State Street. It won't overload the public water drainage sewer system, and will be conditioned as such to make sure that that before any permits are granted for occupancy and building, that they will all be approved by the proper city departments. Special regulations for use set forth in the permit are fulfilled. There are no special regulations here for multifamily use. The requested use won't impair the integrity or character. It's not going to impair the character of this district or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental or health and welfare, as there is a mix of uses in this area already. The proposed new use will not cause an excess of that particular use that could be detrimental to the character of the said neighborhood. Proposed use is consistent with the purposes and intent of the Newburyport zoning ordinance. Multifamily use is allowed by special permit here in B1 district. And as demonstrated in the application for special permit, the proposed use shall not be conducted in a manner so as to emit any dangerous, noxious, injurious, or otherwise. So that being said, again, with due respect to the abutters' concerns about density, I don't find this to be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood as presented. So I believe I can support it, and that's where I am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I concur with some of what my colleagues said with regard to multifamily. I have no issue with this becoming multifamily. Most of the neighborhood is multifamily. I have no issue with that. If it was 2 units, it would fit within the acreage requirement, and that would solve most of the rest of the problem. My issue is with the density. We have to find says the board must also find the application will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming use or structure. When making this finding, the board may consider factors such as size, scale, massing, volume, location of the proposed structure, extension or alteration as compared to the existing structure and lot, the other structure and lots in the neighborhood, and reasonable alternatives to the proposal. So if I look at that criteria that we're supposed to judge this by, yeah, relative to the existing building, yes, it's great. But relative to the other structures and lots in the neighborhood, that's where I have a problem. I think when I hear all the neighbors saying, we're okay with this, it's just too dense. And I read that sentence and look at what we're supposed to be deciding here. It just strikes me as not fitting that requirement when you're proposing something that's more dense than your neighbors. We've looked at other proposals even tonight where people were proposing things that were less dense than the neighbors, but this one's actually more dense. And by the way, I appreciate you showing us those pictures of all the other projects you've done in town. You've clearly done a lot of beautiful projects over the years, but most of them weren't very dense. And when you come to a multifamily like this, to make it denser than the neighbors, that's where I have a problem, particularly when they're so, it's hard to come out to a meeting and stay here till 11 o'clock and then come back the following month, but they did. And I think they bring up a good point, and I like the area calculations that they did and the acreage calculations they did, and I think they're compelling. And I don't have any problem with the multifamily, but I have a problem with the overall massing here. Density is the wrong word. The bylaw says, the ordinance says massing, and it's the massing that I have a concern with. And so I can't support it in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the multifamily use. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a great change. I think the project's in the right direction. I struggle with, again, the fact that some of the neighbors have a problem with the density. However, I guess I have to say for myself in driving in that neighborhood, I'm often up and down State Street in that area. I don't think 4 2-story units in a cluster, a condo array, to me will be that much more dense than what I've seen there. It'll be denser than some. I think it'll be similar to others. There are a number of units, similar to that on State Street. Some are set back from the road quite a bit. I think the style and the homes as presented are done tastefully. I like the screening. I like the changes that the applicant has made after listening to some of the abutters. And as I said, I'm not struggling with the size and the scale. I'm not sure that knocking this down to 3 units would change it all that much in my mind. So with that said, I can support the proposal as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. And Mr. Bennett.
I guess I come out on this one with my colleagues, Mr. Moore and Mr. Shagnon. First, I am a big fan of this adaptive reuse here. I think it is very tastefully done. The streetscape is a massive improvement. I applaud the developer and the applicant for reaching out to the neighbors to attempt to address their legitimate concerns. And I understand the massing and scale issue. However, as I drove through and actually took a little walk around there, it struck me, at least to my observation, that I could not conclude that this project would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. So I too can support this project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I have to say, my concerns are a little twofold. I certainly appreciate the concerns of the abutters deeply, and I think that they're legitimate, and I think that the applicant has taken some steps to address them. I too am moved and am familiar with the good work of this applicant in the past and familiar with it. So I take on faith that this, when finished, will be as thoughtfully and carefully done as those projects are. But when I look at the criteria, I can say this just out of the gate: if this were still a variance, I don't think the applicant would be able to show the hardship necessary for this board to find favorably. And I think my colleagues may well agree with me on that. In that, based on the review, the second pass by our zoning codes administrator, along with, I think, prompted by Attorney Sheehan, it seems appropriate and fair and correct that variance that was originally applied for, that we originally sort of used as our lens, was inappropriate for this application. It wasn't needed. And so therefore, I can no longer look at this through that variance lens, which is a very high standard. What we're left with is our two special permits, one for nonconformities and one for a use change. And so the burden being far lower, I have to kind of downshift a bit and think just in balance in terms of whether technically this, in my opinion, is substantially more detrimental than existing conditions and the pre-existing nonconformity, but also taking into consideration the factor of the other structures and the neighborhood as a whole. Is it perhaps more detrimental? Maybe with respect to certain abutters' views and privacy. I think we've heard very clearly from those abutters that it is more detrimental, and I take that seriously. As I think about drainage, we also heard some technical detail from at least one member of the public who offered some technical thoughts with respect to stormwater management and that criteria. Fortunately, the city has a city engineer, and I think any motion to approve would certainly need to bear that condition that the applicant needs to submit to the city engineer, grading, design, parking, walkways, driveway, all of that geotechnical consistent with the Newburyport stormwater management ordinance prior to the issuance of any permit. So setting that aside, my feeling is that, I feel that I can support this application provided that I felt as though the applicant were willing to take a second run at some of these privacy and screening issues, because it is a self-contained cluster of 4 units. I agree with my colleagues who had mentioned, and I believe it was Mr. Bennick, but perhaps it was Mr. Shannon, who had said that whether it was 4 or 3, since it's self-contained on that lot, it might not likely make too much of a difference for them. I'm not sure I disagree with that as you drive down State Street, but I give great respect and courtesy to the abutters from whom we've heard on 2 separate occasions. So I would ask whether Mr. Clifford or Attorney Sheehan, if this board were to move this to a motion and take this vote next, would the applicant be amenable to addressing the screening concerns along the sidelines of this to further try to improve the privacy impacts, the screening impacts, and those impacts that I believe we've heard? And I hate to kind of color outside of the lines, but I feel compelled to ask you that question before we move through deliberations and move to a vote.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I think I indicated in my presentation, I'm very willing to work with the abutters on the privacy issue. I've already agreed to partake in a new fence between 152 and my property. That fence can be any height, really, if agreed between the 2 parties. And even sections of it can be higher if necessary. Also, the siting of the plantings, I would do that in concert with where they feel they would like the placement to be. And I think this works well for both sides. It's privacy 2 ways. So I'm very amenable to working with the abutters on the privacy issue.
If I might, I think the issue probably came down to green screening versus hardscape screening. I'm sure no one's interested in staring into a fence any more than they're interested in staring into a window. But I would think that if Mr. Clifford and I certainly want to defer to your counsel, if I'm hearing a representation that all effort and earnest effort will be undertaken to address those concerns, I think while certainly not perfect, I feel better about the application. I just want to make sure I've heard from both of you on that. I think it was 152 and 162 in particular, but I don't want to limit it to that because I don't know if others have similar concerns. That sideline is I think where we heard that general concern of privacy and screening.
Sure, I'm definitely amenable to, and I agree with you, the softer greenscape is aesthetically better. But some people do prefer fencing. I'm open either way. I think I'm at the very least a mixture of both, not a straight line of fence, but something that includes both would be a starting point, and maybe toward all green. It's fine with me.
Okay, so you would be amenable to along the sidelines or even the back, a mix of hardscape and greenscape to further mitigate the privacy and screening impacts are something you'd be amenable to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Clifford and Attorney Sheehan. So, you know, with that,
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question of you and of the applicant? Great with the agreement to work with the greenscape around, and you kind of last touched on the rear, but I think that there was a major concern about unit number 4. So maybe that requires being said specifically, not just, you know, especially with concerns about the height of unit 4, maybe that needs an evergreen tree back there that won't lose leaves in the winter or something like to that effect. I don't know if we can get that specific, but I want to have that conversation.
We can. I would leave it to my to the good work of my colleagues on the board to craft a motion that envelops as much detail as I think we've discussed. I would defer to each and every one of the ZBA to just simply put in as much detail as you feel is appropriate. I think that it should be conditioned, any motion, at least this is just my share. I believe that we would want to condition it upon the applicant submitting to the city engineer the grading plan. That's mostly a stormwater, Newburyport stormwater management ordinance compliance component that we're well served to address. So was there anything else, Mr. Moore? I didn't want to cut you off.
I'm trying to think so if the applicant wants to abide, I know that I shouldn't say that the applicant wants to abide by this condition and comes up with the screening plan. What's the mechanism for the go forward, I guess, on the screening plan? Who looks over that and says, yo, that works, we're good?
The zoning enforcement officer, Jennifer is very, well, she was fastidious about the landscape plan that we had at Hamilton Way, and coming up and checking each and every plant that was on that landscape plan.
If I could, yes, if I could interrupt for just a moment, Mr. Clifford. We have Ms. Blanchet on the meeting. I guess we can just ask Jennifer. Can you hear us?
Chair Champetti, this is Andrew Port, the director of the department. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks, Andy.
Okay, if I could address that actually, because I think it's actually a question of whether or not that's appropriate for the zoning administrator's role. To be clear, it actually would be more appropriate for, maybe to Mark Moore's point, the plan should very clearly state with conditions that are coherent, or the plan should show the specific plantings prior to approval and is incorporated into that vote. That would not be clear enough instruction, I think, for the zoning administrator to determine, what's appropriate, trying to balance those interests between the abutter and the applicant. So I think it would be more appropriate for the board to make that determination and then provide that provision or that condition for the zoning administrator to enforce accordingly. With that, I would defer to Jennifer, but that's generally how things work mechanically. Her role is to make sure that people follow the right process and the ordinances and decisions are enforced, rather than to necessarily decide the policy level questions about appropriate screening.
Okay, well, then what you're suggesting, Mr. Port, is that we wait for a revised plan. If I'm here, am I hearing that correctly? Because I'm reticent to want to drag anyone, the applicant or members of the public that have spent their time this evening, to come back yet again on a landscaping plan. But if that's the proper way to ensure those metrics are addressed in an enforceable way, in a credible way, then I'm amenable to it.
Yeah, Chair. So it's just, again, if the condition is very clearly worded, for instance, where something's going to go, the length of it, the location, that could be done. But my experience has shown that trying to do that on the fly for something like this, at least as far as the description has gone thus far in deliberations, would be hard to condition in a way I think that the zoning administrator could clearly enforce without there being potential debate between the applicant and abutters as to what was reasonable or consistent with the board's vote.
May I comment, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
please, Mr. Bennett, and thank you, Mr. Port.
Thank you, Andy. I'm just thinking, and to follow up on your points, Rob, it would seem to me that perhaps an approach here would be an approval subject to approval of the final plan, screening plan by the zoning board. I mean, I think if I heard you correctly, Mr. Chair, and I tend to agree that we view that as part and parcel of the approval here and not just an administrative finding. But I'll leave that up to you.
I agree. And look, as much as I'm trying to, to shout into the wind on this, I'm very sensitive to not want to forestall or belabor, what's already been a very thoughtful and tedious, necessarily so, process for the public and for the applicant. I think what we need to do, if we're to do this well and do this work credibly, is we're in for a penny, in for a pound here. I think that, and members of the ZBA, tell me if you agree with me. I'm inclined to, and I hate to have to ask to do it, Mr. Clifford, but I'd like to see this in a little more granular presentation on the plan so that we as a board can, with more confidence and credibility from a follow-on standpoint of enforcement, et cetera, approve something that exists on a plan. Let me ask my colleagues, what are your thoughts on that? Because then I'll pose this to Mr. Clifford, and then I think we should move this along one direction or the other to try to get things advanced forward.
Yeah, I mean, that was my point, is that it's all fine and good to say, okay, we're going to work together to screen, but without knowing what that means and without having that written down and agreed to in some form by us and by the applicant in concert with, and present it to the public, I think it's hard to expect to say, yeah, go ahead and we'll be good. Although I'm sure the developer our applicant has great intentions. I just think we need to do it that way. I don't know if that means a conditional okay with the project now, subject to coming back into a business meeting to get final approval on screening, or if it's we just continue the whole thing until we just see that part of it. It won't be a full-blown presentation.
I don't think it's practical to bifurcate this as much as I would love to say that we could. I think it's effective to simply to have it all. But Mr. Swanton, did you have any comments? And I just want to make sure I do one quick pass of our membership before we try to move it along.
I make a comment.
Go ahead. I don't have any comments on this. No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If slide 28 could be put up, please. Okay, this is the landscape plan as it currently exists and as pictured in our various shots that I showed. It defines the type of trees on the left, where they go, and in addition, it has every large tree that exists and has been cited by my engineer around the perimeter. So the combination of that, that's a pretty good landscape plan, and it's based on where the view encroachments might be, privacy, et cetera. As you can see, the upper left here to 162 is very dense, and that's for that purpose. The same with the corner in back because of her deck. We've worked through the locations that have the specific problems. And all I'm saying is that this plan largely accomplishes what we want to accomplish. And beyond this plan, I think I'd be willing to state that I would be happy to add additional screening as agreed between the neighbors and myself. But here you are with 3/4 of it. In addition to the mature trees that are already there. And as we saw in one of the very first slides, they had a photograph of that sideline, very dense existing trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Mr. Shannon, do you have any thoughts on this?
I guess, although I think it's a noble goal to try and nail this down, I'm not sure we're being a disservice to the applicant and to the process. I mean, this could go another 2 weeks to a month if it has to be a mutually agreeable screening plan between the applicant and the abutters.
Okay.
I'd rather just to state that the existing plan is sufficient and that the applicant is willing to come up with additional mutually agreeable screening after meeting with the abutters, so that we could say yay or nay to this tonight.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennett.
Well, yeah, I think Mr. Shannon's on to something there. I mean, my thought was that that we would be the final arbiter. It wouldn't be a mutually agreeable plan. And if there's more room here to negotiate and to discuss, then they can do it in 2 weeks and come back. And Mr. Clifford can say, this is what I want to do. The other side can say, this is what we want to do. And ultimately, we'll decide if it's adequate or not. But as the applicant said, this is 3/4 of the way there. So maybe we're dancing on the head of a pin here. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to leave it to your good judgment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you,
Mr. Chimpetti.
Yes, Attorney Sheehan.
I appreciate all of these considerations. The only thing I'm going to ask you to consider is not to condition anything on a mutually agreeable anything, because that's a condition that really can't be satisfied objectively. So just with that one caveat, but we're certainly willing to accept a condition regarding additional landscaping. And I don't mean to tell you by any means your business. You've been through this many, many times. I just wanted to sound that caveat.
I fully agree with that. That's that's a splitting an unsplittable atom. So I appreciate that, Attorney Sheehan. Okay, with that, I think that we've deliberated thoroughly. And I would just leave with my colleagues before we close this and a motion's made, that perhaps if we're to make a motion, if we're to entertain a motion to approve with conditions that regarding landscaping, among other things like the drainage plan with the applicant to work with the city engineer, that with respect to landscaping, that we just ask that the applicant endeavor to work to improve the screening and to just submit that plan to the planning department once that's accomplished, and we'll have the opportunity to see that. I think that's the most we can hope for, and we have to rely upon the good faith and credit of Mr. Clifford and his attorney's representation to us this evening, that is something they will undertake in earnest. So I suppose that that gives me greater comfort. So with that, I have no further deliberations for me. And if there's nothing else from the members of the ZBA, I'll close that portion of the public hearing and we will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we approve the special permit for nonconformities for the application on 156 State Street, ZNC 21-4, with the condition that the applicant shall submit to the city engineer a grading design for parking, walkways, and driveway for approval, consistent with the Newburyport Stormwater Management Ordinance prior to the issuance of building permit, and additionally agrees to address additional screening concerns as they arise.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second that, Mr. Shagden.
Okay, and Ms. Joy, were you able to capture all of that on the motion? I just want to make sure there was quite a bit there.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Great. I have no doubt. You always do. Thank you. Okay. Motion is made by Mr. Moore and seconded by, was it Mr. Shannon? My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
No.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and Rob Champetti. I vote yes with those conditions. That is 4 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And with those conditions, the application is approved. And we'll just look for a submission of a additional screening landscape plan from Mr. Clifford to be submitted to the planning office. Thank you all. Members of the
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
We have the other use to do.
Yeah, we're gonna do the multifamily.
Of course, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Someone can run with that one.
We have, thank you for reminding me, we have a second special permit for a use change, multifamily use 103. Do we have a motion for that special permit?
This is Greg Bennett.
Mr. Shagnon, I'll make a motion to approve the application ZSP 21-1 to allow multifamily use number 103.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shannon, and do we have a second?
Do we also need to have conditions on that as well?
The same conditions would apply
Okay.
On this, and we can simply incorporate by reference the conditions on the first special permit for nonconformity. So simply just having Ms. Joy record it as a motion with incorporating by reference the conditions from the first motion is fine.
And that having been noted, I second.
Okay, so Mr. Shannon, was that your motion, sir?
It was.
All right, and seconded by Mr. Moore. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes.
Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
and Rob Champetti. I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the special permit for use change 103 is approved. And again, thank you, Attorney Sheehan and Mr. Clifford, and we'll look for that follow-on additional screening work. And members of the public who have taken the time for the second evening to toil with us until late in the evening, thank you for your patience and for your thoughtful comments as part of this process. Moving on now to our.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Attorney.
very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Moving on now to the next application. This is an application of Kevin and Nancy Dunn, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC. The property address is 3 O Street. This is an application docket 21-10, a special permit for nonconformities to construct an addition onto a pre-existing nonconforming single-family dwelling on a conforming lot. Attorney Mead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, my agenda says the ANSEC application is next, 161 Water Street. Did we change that around?
Oh, we did not. I think I just mistakenly read the 3 O Street. So with my pardon, I'll reread that public notice and my apologies. This is the application for a special permit for nonconformities docket 2112 of David and Patrick Ansick, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC, for the property address of 161 Water Street. The applicant seeks all necessary approvals to construct a second story over a recently approved addition with a 1-story rear addition. Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. And with me this evening is Scott Brown, as well as David and Patrice Ansick, who are the owners of 161 Water Street. You can go to the first slide, please. The Ansicks are here to request a special permit for a proposed second floor addition on top of the first floor addition that this board actually approved earlier last summer. You might recall that we received a special permit for the Ansicks on June 22nd to add a 1-story addition off the rear of the structure. In obtaining the bids and undertaking that process to understand how the cost of construction relative to the square footage on what was being added and what the needs for square footage was, the Ansicks decided that it would be beneficial to them, both financially as well as practically, to add a second floor at this time when they were doing the construction on the rear of the structure. And that what drove them for asking for the second floor. So the property is located in the WMD zoning district and the DCOD. The property is improved with the single family residence on which the petitioner already proposes to construct that first story. It is listed as contributory in the historic district data sheets and was built around 1875. There is no Form B for the property. The property is pre-existing non-conforming as we show on the site plan, but it is in the WMD district, which requires a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. The property has 4,026, minimum required frontage of 90. The property has 36.28. Side setback requirement of 10, and the front and rear setback of 25, where the property has a 5-foot west side setback and a 3.5-foot front yard setback. The structure is 26 feet in height, where the district allows for 25. If you can go to the next slide, please. So as I said, we're proposing to construct a second story addition over the one-story addition you already approved. There's no change to the building footprint, and this constitutes an upward extension of that west side setback. The second story addition removes a slightly larger portion of the rear wall in addition to the prior proposed addition, but still does not trigger the DCOD special permit. If you go to the next slide, please. So you might recall, this is at the this project is at the base of Salem and Franklin Street, right next to the sewer treatment plant. The house most immediately adjacent to the sewer treatment plant was just redone, and this is the second house in. The rear, which you will see shortly, in fact, it is the sewer treatment plant. So the house on the right here is the subject house. The addition on the back is the addition footprint that was approved before, and for which we are seeking a special permit to go on to a second floor. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Brown, who's the architect on the project.
Good. Thank you, Attorney Mead. If we could just go back to the previous slide, please. And just to piggyback on, something that Attorney Mead had already mentioned. The impetus for this change to the plans has everything to do with construction costs and the fact that they've escalated to a point where I guess a lot of my clients are really sort of questioning value. And in this instance, the Anzacs realized that they were paying an extraordinary premium for the one-story addition that we previously came to you with. So why not add a second story for less than half the cost, and at the same time give the house some added significant value? So this plan before you tonight gives the house a third, albeit very small bedroom at the second floor, and a true primary bedroom. The house ends up being, with these plans before you tonight, ends up being kind of a modest 1,700 square foot house, which is about 1,000 square feet less than the house immediately next door to it, which recently had an addition put on the back of that house and is currently on the market. So in this plan, really nothing has changed here. The footprint is identical to the previous application, which we received approval for. The only thing that is different on this site plan is the deck configuration in the back. And this second opportunity has really given us a chance to think a little bit more carefully about how the parts come together. So this new deck configuration is really about the parts coming together in a cleaner way. Next slide, please. So these are the existing elevations, same thing that you saw last June. Next slide, please. So these are our proposed elevations. The first floor design of this and the window fenestration is identical to what we had before. As I already mentioned, the deck configuration in back is different, as shown here. Again, we've set the addition back from the size of the existing house, so there's a clear distinction between old and new. And with the second story, we've worked very hard to keep the height of the addition lower than the existing house. Again, this is trying to make the addition subservient to the original box. And given the low ceiling heights of the existing second floor, I think that we are at our limit in terms of how low we can make this and still have some functionality inside. Lastly, we are still planning on a high quality premium grade project. The siding will be all wood clapboard to match the existing house. Windows, of course, will be clad wood windows with simulated divided lights. And we'll be using rot resistant trim, which holds paint really well and stays looking great for a long period of time. Next slide, please. So this is the overview. Subject properties highlighted there. The property to the immediate left is what the property that I previously mentioned. This slide is this aerial view is a little outdated. The property to the left has a larger addition on the back of it. Next slide, please. The street view looking down Water Street towards Plum Island. Property immediately to the left is that one that I spoke about that's being renovated. The next house is the subject property. Next slide, please. Looking down the left slide, this is a little deceptive because of the angle, but we're really not going to see much of the addition in this angle. And to give you an idea of scale and depth, the extent of our deck stops a little bit short of that, existing shed that we're seeing in the back left corner. Next slide, please. Looking down the right side, from this angle, we're really not going to see any of the addition. The only thing that we're going to see is our stairs to our new deck and back. And finally, next slide. And just as we're going back down the street, looking towards the center of Newburyport, house that we're talking about is the blue one in front of us. And with that, next slide, I'll hand it back to Attorney Mead. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. So under section 9B, the applicant needs to show that there will be no addition of a new nonconformity, and indeed there will be no new nonconformities. We're intensifying the west side setback in an upward motion. And then whether or not the petitioner can show that the proposed modification is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure or use. Here, Scott's proposed addition remains subservient to the existing historic structure. It will be built upon the first floor, which you previously approved, and will be shorter in height than the existing structure and more narrow in width than the existing structure. It will be minimally visible from Water Street, otherwise as to the public view, and it will not be obtrusive. Further, the backyard of the petitioner abuts the Newburyport wastewater treatment plant, and respectfully to the plant, the addition will have no impact thereon. And even with the second floor addition, the house remains modest in size. The square footage of the second floor is 315 square feet, and the historic architecture stays intact. Based upon that, the applicant requests the board grant a special permit for nonconformities for 161 Water Street for the second floor addition on the back.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Closing that portion of the public hearing, we'll go to public comment. And seeing no hands raised at the moment, let me just double check. Going once, going twice. Seeing still no hands, I will close that portion of the public hearing and we'll go to questions, beginning with Mr. Moore.
Shockingly, I have no questions right now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll go to, I believe, Mr. Delisle, you are voting on this application, so you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just one question, and I think it can be fielded by either Attorney Mead or Mr. Brown. With regard to the DCOD and the 25%, in the application that was granted in June, you made the representation that whatever was happening in June wouldn't trip the DCOD, and you're making the same representation tonight. So in the aggregate, do the two trip the DCOD, or in the aggregate, you're still fine?
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. In the aggregate, we're still fine. Given the dates of the applications under the DCOD, we have to aggregate them together. So them together do not trip the DCOD.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all for me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
This is a very straightforward proposal. I appreciate it being subservient. Your materials are very clear. I have no questions.
Very good. Mr. Chairman.
Just one quick question for Attorney Mead. So the proposal is to put on a second floor over the existing first floor, and I think you said it was a little over 300 square feet for the second floor. Was the first floor the same square footage?
Yes, 315 square feet each.
315. So the total addition now is 630.
I believe that is correct. And I think that's actually on the, I think we actually show that on a site plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have no further questions either. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go into deliberations. And because we're deliberating a special permit for nonconformities, we'll just try to govern, please try to govern your deliberations around the criteria for special permit for nonconformities. Starting with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Ciampetti. Very straightforward project and plan, and as presented, we can see that there's again, no new nonconformities being presented here. So our second finding has to be that this application, if approved, won't be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than pre-existing. And as colleagues have said, being subservient and modest in nature, I don't see any concerns with size, scale, or massing compared to anyone in the neighborhood, so I can support this.
Sorry about that, I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with Mr. Moore. I think that his analysis is correct, and as a result, I can support this application also.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
I too concur with the two of them, and I can support it.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton, and Mr. Chairman.
Also agree. I can support the application. Thank you.
And we don't mean to cut you out, Mr. Bennick. You're part of the deliberations, though just simply not voting, but still part of the deliberations. And so your thoughts.
I will concur with my colleagues here. I think they've.
Right. I do as well. I think it's a straightforward application, and I appreciate that. So we'll close that portion of the public hearing and move to a motion. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application for special permit for nonconformity for 161 Water Street, which is ZNC-21-12.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion's made by Mr. Moore and seconded by, I believe, a partnership of Mr. Swanton and Mr. Delisle.
Why don't you take it, Mr. Delisle?
All right, Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon. Yes. And Rob Ciampetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries, and the special permit for nonconformities is approved on 161 Water Street. Thank you, Attorney Mead. And thank you, Scott Brown.
Thank you very much.
Moving to the next application. This is the application by Caven and Nancy Dunn, care of Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC, for the property address of 30 Street. This is a special permit for nonconformities. The applicant seeks all necessary permits to construct an addition onto a pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling on a conforming lot. Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman, Costa, 30 Green Street, on behalf of Cavan and Nancy Dunn. And with me this evening, in addition to them, are Scott Brown, who's the architect on the project. As the chair said, this is a project at 30 Street. And you can go to the first slide, please. The applicants propose to renovate their existing home and enclose a deck area and change the architectural style of the home from a flat roof, very modern looking design, to a pitched roof. The property is in the R3 and AgCon zoning district and the PIOD overlay district. The entirety of the structure is within the R3 portion of that district on the lot, and therefore the Plum Island overlay district dimensions apply. There's currently a single family 3-bedroom home on the property. The only nonconformity is the front yard setback, which is at 18.3, where 20 feet is required. The home was built around 1974 prior to the adoption of the PIOD. Next slide, please. So as I said, the applicant's proposing to change the style of the home from a flat roof to a pitched roof, in addition to enclosing some outer spaces that are existing decks. The plan has been reviewed extensively by the building department and the zoning code enforcement officer relative to the FAR calculation. The proposal is to add a second floor screened-in porch over an existing roof area, as well as infilling 2 areas within the existing confines of the footprint. There will be no new bedrooms added. The result will be a upward extension of the 18.3 front yard setback because of the pitched roof. And it will also increase the FAR from 0.15 to 0.17, still far short of the 0.25. The total addition is 497 square feet of living area. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to, well, why don't we go to the site plan? And if you could just blow that up a little bit, perhaps, Caitlin. So as you can see, O Street runs along the top of the property here of the plan. And it's a very large lot on Plum Island. Otherwise, the house sits in the middle of the lot. You'll see the grade change to the left of the house there. But that's where the structure sits. That footprint will not be changing at all as part of this proposal. And with that, I'll turn it over to Scott to review the plans.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Can we just move forward to slide number 7, one of the existing photos of the house? Great, thank you. So the driving force behind this project is really about improving the aesthetics of the house and also improving the functionality of the interior somewhat. This house is situated on the highest point of this section of Plum Island. It is not in a flood zone. The bones of this house are in excellent shape. It was built in the 70s. It has a solid concrete foundation, which you can see in this photo here. And this, in my experience, is unusual on Plum Island. It is, however, not the most aesthetically pleasing house that I've ever worked on, and it is the Dunn's desire to upgrade this significantly. So this is a photo taken from the front right corner. The house is shaped like an H. We really weren't able to work with that configuration, meaning we weren't able to make it look nice. So one of the things that we're proposing to do is to infill the indentations of the H. And that section on the left side of the photo there, the indentation, we're proposing to sort of infill that. The house also has a flat roof, which we can clearly see in this photo. Next slide, please. So we're going around the house to the around the right side of the house. There is an existing sort of ad hoc storage area that we're seeing right here that we're proposing to remove. Next slide. So this is the west elevation. This is the side of the house that faces downtown Newburyport. You can clearly see the flat roof here. At the second floor level on the right side, that area which is enclosed by that railing, that's a section of the house we're proposing to put a roof over that and make that a screen porch. Immediately to the left of that roof area there, we're going to be converting that to an outdoor sitting area. Next slide, please. This is the house taken from the abutting property. This is the southeast corner. And this is the side of the house that we are proposing to put a solar array on the roof. And if we could go back to the proposed elevations, slide 6. So here, upper left-hand corner, this is our front elevation of the house, or easterly facing side. Immediately below that is the western side of the house, the side of the house that faces Newburyport. Immediately to that, to the right of that, lower right-hand corner is the south elevation, or left side. This is the side of the house where we're proposing to put that solar array, and above that, that's the right side of the house, or northerly elevation. So, you know, the plan here is to transform this house into something that is more traditionally styled with a higher level of detail. You know, for the most part, we're reskinning the entire building and then filling portions of the existing structure in order to create this look. We are adding a higher level of detail and finishes. In the addition of the gable roof, I think is a game changer from an architectural perspective. We are intending the exterior of this project to be a high quality premium product. The siding will be cedar shakes. We will be using high quality aluminum clad windows, and of course, rot resistant trim stock, which holds paint really well and stays looking great for a long period of time. And that is super important in a location that is as exposed as this. And finally, I think this is shaped up to be a really nice looking project, in my opinion. And I certainly hope that the board agrees. And with that, I will turn it back over to Attorney Mead. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. You can go down. Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. You go down to that last slide. So in accordance with the criteria under the PIOD for a special permit to modify a pre-existing non-conforming structure, the board needs to find whether or not the proposed changes will be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood and or to the PIOD. Here, in the case at hand, the intensification of the existing nonconformity is a result of the change in the pitch of the roof and the addition of enclosing existing decks off the second floor, which intensifies the front yard elevation. That's the O Street elevation. Overall, there's no change to the footprint of home. There's no addition of a bedroom. There exists 3, and there will continue to be 3. And while the FAR increases, it only increases by 0.2 from 0.17 to 0.19 and remains conforming. The increase, as I said earlier, is 497 square feet, all within the existing footprint, and all of the other required dimensional standards are met. Considering the current structure of the property, the proposed new structure is certainly not more substantially more detrimental to either the neighborhood or the PIOD. Whereas, of course, as you know, substantially means to a great or significant extent. Specifically, the only new piles that will be driven are those to support a couple of the stairs that you saw on the proposed drawings. We're also removing that deck around the side that has the trellis on it. And so that will be a benefit to the movement of the sand dune around the property. So there will be no new solid structures added to the sand dune area that would be a detriment to the dune system. With that, because we believe the project is entirely compliant with the dimensional requirements, but for that front yard setback, which will not be exacerbated, rather intensified in an upward extension, the board can find that this proposal is not substantially more detrimental to either the neighborhood or the PIOD, and we request your approval of the application. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Attorney Mead. If there's nothing further in presentation, we can go to close that portion of the public hearing and go to public comment, if there is any. I see Andy's put the slide up. Seeing the attendees, we're showing 9. There's no hands. Going once, going twice. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go right into questions, starting with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Ciampetti. I just wanted a brief explanation, he tries to say, of the new piles that will be driven and what existing piles are going to remain. How is that going to be reconfigured? As you said, Attorney Mead, that it won't be disturbing the dunes, but I'd just like to see that or hear a little better explanation of that.
Scott, can you show perhaps that entry that's got the new support going in?
Yeah, we could just turn to slide 6, our existing elevations. So right there, the upper left-hand corner, these are, well, actually, sorry, I misspoke. These are proposed elevations. Next slide, please. There we go. So upper left-hand corner, this is our front elevation. So we're actually adding a deck and stairs. That front entry there, with that, sort of pediment shaped structure underneath those 2 columns, that's where we will need to put 2 new piles, as well as one all the way to the left there as well to support the end of that deck. For the most part, we think we can kind of work with the existing piles that are already supporting the back of the house, including that back rear deck.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one quick question because Mr. Moore hit my second question. Is the FAR increasing to 0.17 or to 0.19?
Oh, I see.
Mr. Brown's sheet A 0.1 seems to indicate that it's increasing to 0.19. I don't know if that's part of the presentation.
Yeah, I misspoke initially. I believe Mr. Brown's sheets are correct. It's going to 0.19 from 0.17. I apologize. I misspoke initially, and in the end, I said it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big lot. If you had, the house was set back 2 more feet, you wouldn't even be here. I usually zero in on FAR because so many of these things, people are trying to make them awfully dense on this fragile environment, but you're way under the, as you say, you conform. So I have no questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swanton. And Mr. Shannon.
I've got no questions, Chair. Nice design. I was really surprised in looking at the drawings after seeing the house.
Yeah.
What a difference, night and day. You wouldn't even know it was the same building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Bennett.
No questions here.
I have no questions either. We can close that portion of the public hearing and go to deliberations around the criteria for a special permit for nonconformities. And we'll begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Ciampetti. As my colleagues have said, it's beautiful update to a 70s style home that we've seen from time to time. So the fact that it's not introducing any new nonconformities, the FAR is increasing, but still well within limits, and the height with the gable roof is still within range. There are obviously no new nonconformities added. And then when you look at the metrics I just mentioned from a standpoint of massing and size massing and anything being more detrimental to the neighborhood of the Piot, I just don't see it. I think it's a really nice change and a great update. And it also incorporates some solar power, which is also nice. So for that reason, not necessarily the last reason, but for those reasons, I can support it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
Again, I'm going to concur with Mr. Moore. I think that it's a nice update to this house, and I can support this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle, and Mr. Swanton.
I concur as well.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
Another concurrence.
All right, and Mr. Bennett.
This is a positive improvement, so I could support it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I agree. I think it's a wonderful design. It's thoughtful, and it is unrecognizable. But also, I think it was Mr. Moore, Mr. Delisle mentioned that if it were 2 feet further back, they wouldn't even be need to come before us. That's a reasonable FAR, sort of strike zone on a fragile environment like Plum Island. So thank you for that effort, Attorney Mead and your clients and Scott. Any other further deliberations? If not, I will close that portion of the public hearing and we will go to motions. Do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Delisle. I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for nonconformities for 3 O Street.
Second, Ken Swanton.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle, seconded by Mr. Swanton. Calling the roll, Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries and the application for a special permit is approved. Thank you, Attorney Mead, and thank you, Scott. Best of luck to your clients, and thank you for your patience this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Moving now to our last public hearing. This is the application of Patrick and Jessica Murray, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC, for the property located at 17 Turkey Hill Road. This is a special permit for nonconformities to a proposed renovation and upward extension of a nonconforming single-family home. Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman, Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. And with me this evening are my clients, Patrick and Jessica Murray, along with Eileen Graff of Graff Architects, who's the architect on the project, and my colleague, Ben Taylor. This application is for 17 Turkey Hill Road. Patrick and Jessica propose to renovate their home, including adding a story to it, which will result in an upward extension of the existing nonconformities. You can go to the first slide, please. The property is in the R1 zoning district. It was constructed in 1979 and consistent with a number of homes constructed in that period. It is a split level home, which would include a first floor and a basement level. It is the corner lot with frontage on Turkey Hill and Henderson Circle, and its primary front yard is the side abutting Henderson Circle. The property has existing nonconformities for both the front yard setbacks and rear setbacks. The R1 district requires a rear yard setback of 30 feet, and the applicant has a rear yard of 23.7. I might add here, this house was built before we had the split front yard, so to speak. So the rear was the side kind of thing. The front yard is supposed to be 30 feet, where the structure is set back 29.3 from Turkey Hill and 22.5 from Henderson. All other aspects of the property and structure are in conformance with the ordinance. The Murrays proposed to add 1,029 square feet of area to their home by doing an upward extension and adding a second floor over the first floor of the existing split level home. You can go to the next slide, please. The proposed addition will intensify the rear and front yard setbacks nonconformity by the upward extension. The addition, there are no changes in the other existing nonconformities. And to be clear, the footprint of the structure is not changing. If you could go to the next slide, please. So here we have a site plan. You can see Turkey Hill Road off here to the left, Henderson Circle down at the bottom. And you can see the house located facing Turkey Hill Road, which would have been the front yard when it was originally constructed. Now it's the secondary front yard. And that is the way the house currently sits on the lot. You can see it's a good sized lot with a deep backyard, which would have been the original backyard, which is now a side yard. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Eileen, and she will go over the architectural drawings.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. If we could just slide to the next piece. Slide. Thank you. So this is an existing house. As you can see, a split level, modest in square footage, with roughly 1,000 per floor. And if we slide to the next slide, this is showing the proposal. So we are, as Attorney Mead mentioned, we are not changing the footprint. We are simply extruding the footprint up one more floor and adding 1,029 square feet. Our goal here was to keep it, while we have, with the split level, part of the basement space is halfway out of the grade. We're trying to keep the the form still at a smaller level by proposing a gambrel roof so that we are occupying that roof form with some of that living space. So this can be seen in the transition from the 16.1 building height a dimension to what's now proposed by adding a second story to 22.1. So a modest height increase, again, because of occupying that space beneath the roof form. So we've used the gambrel form to create all this space. On the rear, which is the bottom left, I wanted to just point out that we are going to maintain the existing deck and sunroom on that rear, and you can see it on the bottom right as well. And just to keep that intact as they use it quite often, in particular with the pandemic going on. As far as materials, we see this as shingles for the siding. We are looking at cedar shingles, the pre-dipped, but if cost concerns come in, it may shift to a vinyl product. The windows would be proposed as vinyl as well, and the roofing to be architectural shingles. As you can see, the window styles have shifted from the one light to now with a more attractive proportion of the cottage style with the 6/1 to help support the gambrel type of form. There are, you will see in this neighborhood, a mixture of scale of properties. In fact, the abutting neighbor to the left has done something similar with the second story addition. All through Turkey Hill, that's the street. You see a mix of 2-story. Henderson Circle for sure is a larger scale 2-story homes. So this, in our point of view, is very much in keeping to the scale and nature of the neighborhood. And with that, I'll pass it back to Attorney Mead.
Thank you very much. If you could go to the next slide, please, Caitlin. Actually go down to the mind maps, I think would be the best. There you go. So here's an overview so you can see where this property is, which is a good sized piece of property. And you can see Henderson Circle. And I know many of you take a drive out to these locations and you'll recognize that in fact, Henderson Circle has a number of 2-story homes. There's a mix of homes along Turkey Hill that has gone through transition, as well as some of the streets off of Turkey Hill, including Bayberry and Goldsmith and all of those. So next slide, please. So here's the other mind maps. You can see a little bit clearer. The footprint is not changing on this home. You'll see the footprints on Henderson Circle are larger than the ones that were originally built on Turkey Hill, but a number of the homes on Turkey Hill have done an upward extension as Eileen described. Next slide, please. And so here's the house. This is from Turkey Hill. You can see it's a very traditional split level house. Next slide, please. And there's the other angle from Turkey Hill directly in front of it. Next slide, please. And here's the back of the house where the garage is. And you can see the house that Eileen was talking about right next door on Turkey Hill that has the same gambrel style and a full 2 stories. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, if you could go back one more slide on, Caitlin, I'm sorry. You can see across the street too, the 2-story house across the street on Turkey Hill, just to show you the transition. Next slide. And then here's the other corner of the house in the front. And next slide, please. And here is a trip down or a view down Turkey Hill Road. Our house is on the right-hand side, and you can see the house on the left and the one right beyond it that have gone to 2 stories. And if you look down Turkey Hill, you can see the transition of the 2-story homes on down Turkey Hill. Next slide, please. And so the standard for the board, of course, is a special permit for nonconformities, that there will be no new nonconformity. And as we've indicated here, we're not changing the footprint The only nonconformity is an upward extension of those of the front yards. And the question would become then, is the change substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure? And as I've noted, we're doing an upward extension. The house is currently a height of 16.1 feet, and it will become 22.1. So it's only a 6-foot difference, given the living space within the second floor roof structure, as Eileen described. While 3 non-conforming setbacks are being extended upwardly, the proposal does not bring the structure closer to any of the property boundaries. Architecturally, the design is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, including some examples that we've provided to you on Turkey Hill, where splits have later become 2-story structures. You all will agree, I think, if you've been out there, that this is an eclectic area for architectural style, but certainly in transition, those streets that were built off of Turkey Hill to the east have the larger homes, and those to the west tend not to, except for further down to the north on Turkey Hill, where they get larger again. So we believe that given the number of 2-story homes in the surrounding area, and given the modest size of this home, height of this home, and the design on the same footprint, the size of the lot, and the consistency with the generally eclectic nature and transition of the neighborhood, that the proposed modifications to this structure will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. I would also point the board's attention to 5 letters of support, which the applicants received, which are all of the direct abutters to the proposed, to the house at 17 Turkey Hill Road. And with that, we'd request the board approve the special permit for nonconformities for 17 Turkey Hill Road for Patrick and Jessica Murray.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Thank you, Eileen Graff, for the presentation. We'll close that portion and move to any public comment. Seeing only 5 people in attendance. Seeing no hands, I will go once, go twice. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go right to questions from the board, beginning with Mr. Moore. Any questions?
Once again, I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Delisle.
I don't have any questions either.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No questions. Good presentation. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Swanton.
I took a ride out there today in the freezing weather, and I kind of agree that like half of Turkey Hill's already gone up, and all of Henderson has. So very straightforward. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bennett.
I have no questions.
I shared that. I too, it's a thorough presentation, very reasonable for the neighborhood, and the plan is certainly credible. So I have no questions either. We close that portion of the public hearing, go into deliberations around the criteria of a special permit for nonconformities, and we will begin with Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman Ciampetti. First of all, looking at the presentation, very straightforward. As always, well done, thoughtful, and certainly in line with what's going on in the neighborhood. I agree with Attorney Mead that I mean, Turkey Hill's in my backyard, and it is in a state of transition right now, and that's a normal and a good thing for neighborhoods. So there are a bunch of different styles, and many of them are just going up another floor. So there's nothing new about this. So when looking at special permits, as presented, this plan shows no addition of a new nonconformity, merely resulting in an upward extension of pre-existing nonconforming front and rear yard setbacks. Next, we need to find that this is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than what is there. And in making this finding, we always look at size, mass, scale. And as I said, the Turkey Hill area is in transition. There's many homes, larger, smaller, making changes like this all the time. So this is not unusual. For that reason, I can support it.
All right, very good. Mr. Delisle.
Once again, I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Moore's analysis, and I can also support this project.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Swanton?
I concur with my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon.
Another concurrence.
And Mr. Bennett.
I would agree. It's a positive addition to the neighborhood.
I have to agree, and I think the applicant has met the criteria. It's beneficial, not detrimental, much less substantially more detrimental, and I too can support it. We'll close that portion of the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the special permit for nonconformities for 17 Turkey Hill Road, ZNC-21-11.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Motion's made by Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Shannon. Calling the roll. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And the special permit for nonconformities is also approved on 17 Turkey Hill Road. Thank you, Attorney Mead, and thank you, Eileen, for your patience. And good luck to your clients on the addition.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Okay, members of the ZBA, that concludes our public hearings. We'll close that portion of the agenda, go into our business meeting. We have minutes from Miss Joy, who shockingly hasn't, slammed the door and stormed out with all these late meetings on us. But thankfully, she's still here. Do we have any changes or modifications, any revisions to her minutes of 12/28?
I move we approve the minutes.
I'll second that.
Very good. Motion's made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Delisle on the approval of the minutes of 12/28/21. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 6 in the affirmative, a unanimous vote to approve the minutes of 12/28/21. Thank you. Other updates from the chair and planning director. It's kind of a late night. I'd like to table all of this unless anyone has objection with the exception of just bringing to everyone's attention the short-term rental, 2 ordinances that are before the city council. And I'll just be brief out of interest of everyone's time and certainly the tax of the evening. And Andy, I'll, certainly if you had anything you wanted to add, but here's the long and the short. I think it was myself and Mark who logged on to the planning board's last meeting last week, and they serve in an advisory capacity under 40A to give counsel to the city council on changes in ordinances that sound in zoning and or impact land use. And so there are 2 ordinances that kind of transitioned over the transition of government from last council and the last administration and found their way back before the city council in a slightly new form. The 2 ordinances create 2 new paradigms of permitting for short-term rentals citywide. Originally, before the first of the year, the last version of it that I believe Ken Swanton and I were at the city council, at the Planning and Development Committee of City Council meeting on, the proposal was, the council was toiling with whether to have it have a licensing process that would require every one of the current inventory of about 158 short-term rentals throughout the city have to go through in order to be given the blessing of the city's process in terms of policing and regulation of Airbnb and VRBO and other short-term rental units of less than 30 days. It went from something that was simply a licensing process that would have been required to go before the licensing commission to the city council sort of tinkering with the idea of whether to create a special permit process instead, which would bring it before our board in a full special permit criteria. And again, 158 short-term rental units would all be rushing to the window to get their ticket punched. Surprisingly, and I think this was a surprise to myself and to Andy, and I believe to Jennifer Blanchet and Caitlin and others, as well as some of the newly installed city councilors, one or two of whom I've chatted with. There may be others. What came circle full around when I saw the latest version when Mark and I saw the latest version that went to the planning board for their input, was not one or the other, but rather both, and both a licensing process and a separate special permit process that would relegate all 158 plus or minus of these short-term rental units to have to put together a full-on application with full public notice and a full public hearing before our board, as well as the licensing commission, with all of the, with all of the fixins, as it were, in terms of filing fees and paperwork. And I believe in order to even deal with that, the city would have to search for, find and hire, an administrator for short-term rentals, a short-term rental czar, an Airbnb czar of sorts, to govern over this, because they certainly don't have the staff necessary now to even deal with half of that, even a fraction of that paperwork. But be that as it may, it's important for us as a board, we as a board, to know that this is coming back before City Council with the advice of the planning board to strongly urge them to not have a special permit component to this, but rather try to urge them to find favor with merely having a licensing process that is lower impact, easier to access, easier to trigger, and easier to absorb by that commission, so as to not, throat choke, forgive the expression, or sink the canoe of two already overtaxed boards and commissions of volunteer, citizens like ourselves and the licensing commission. So my concern, and I expressed this to the council, and I know Mark did as well, and I've expressed it to our planning department, so that everyone sort of had my, the language that I felt compelled to share, and I share it with you guys as well, which is that setting aside the impact, the private property rights impact, and whether, and honestly, the due process and equal protection components of that, there's really the question that's just a human question of whether most people, whether the 158 of these, impacted people in particular even know about this. And I believe that from our standpoint, administratively, if nothing else, we have to, really recognize that if this were to go through as scripted now, and council's going to take up further discussion on February 2nd, if this were to go through as scripted now, my concern for all of us is that as you guys probably saw, I don't know if you saw my email, I'm not sure, I think I copied everyone, where I tried to do some rough math. Did everybody see that? Everyone, I think.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, and it's kind of a cartoon of a computation, right? The idea that council thinks that we could probably get it all buttoned up by June is what they had said. I was like, June of 2028 or June of what? A different year? Because by my math, even if we simply dedicated 20% of our hearing time, which, as you can see, is already unimaginable, it would forestall our docket. It would put us in jeopardy of giving de facto permits because we can't get to other business that we're required to get to within a time limit under 40A. We would have to find time, and guess where that time would come from? I think they presume that we're just going to stay super extra late. I don't think that's fair to any volunteer member of any board and commission. I don't think it's fair to the process, and the fatigue factor, setting aside the impact on the public. But I think it's important for the council, from my standpoint, to know where we stand as a board of hardworking volunteers, well-intended, fair-minded, folks that come together every other Tuesday night, that it would take 6.5 years for this to happen if we simply surrendered 20% of our meeting, every single meeting. It would take 6.5 years. And according to the script of this language, they want to have this renew every 3 years. We would never, ever catch up. We are mathematically doomed to fail. It's like the Titanic. Every watertight compartment is doomed to fill the second the water goes over the bulkhead, and I don't know if they know that, but I feel like we are going down by the head, as it were. So I think it's important for us to simply break down the metrics and the math, because language can be bent, numbers often can't, and that's coming from a lawyer. We don't do math. That's why we went to law school, right? Right. I don't know if Greg agrees with that, but he's probably better at math than I am, and Mr. Delisle as well, who's also, I think, suffers the indignity of being a fellow member of the bar. But I think it's important for us to share this sentiment with the council, and I think hopefully fairer minds more balanced, administrative minds will prevail. But I don't see how we could possibly deal with this. I fear that it would be a brain drain of fair-minded volunteers running for the hills. And so I wanted to just let you guys know where my thoughts were. I'm certainly interested in everyone else's thoughts, though I know it's late. This is happening on someone else's timeline. So whether we like it or not, I think we just need to speak of it now so that we have talked about it before this all comes before the board. I'm sorry, the council.
I agree. I thought your letter was great. I thought it laid out pretty plain to see that this is crazy to think that it would work in any way, shape, or form as proposed. The planning board's behind us. I didn't realize that until that meeting, that they feel the same. That it originally was supposed to be just a licensing issue, and then it got changed around. But no, I agree. I agree with your encapsulation of the whole process 100%. And we just need to push back in the most official and aggressive way we can.
I think with everyone's collective, and I don't want to short circuit anyone else's thoughts, but my hope is that I can collect the the authority and assent of each of you as colleagues to represent our collective thoughts in this regard. So I wanted to get them from you. I didn't want to presume that you thought the way I thought on any of this, but share with you like as much as granular of what my thinking is and see where you guys land. Ken, what about you? What do you think?
I think we should endorse what you're proposing tonight. So you're speaking for the whole board.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that.
All right. Well, then with everyone's permission, I will represent those sentiments on our collective behalf. And that isn't to say that you aren't welcome and certainly free to, represent your own voice as a member of the ZBA or as a, as a member of the world, but I'm happy to, I'm happy to represent that, to the council on the 2nd, that as that children's book read, I speak for the trees. I feel like we can speak as a voice collectively. This will be an administrative impact that I'm not sure the authors and I'm sure their best intentions have really given. I don't think they've thought this through. I don't think they've needed to, and I think it's up to us to make sure that they do, because the impact will be brutal and blinding, I think, and I don't think it's avoidable. So I think we need to sound the alarm and just let them know. Andy, did you have anything, or you and Caitlin have anything you wanted to share, or Jennifer for that matter?
No, thank you. This is Andy. I would just say I agree with the chair, and sort of any particulars Jennifer and I have talked about language adjustments that might be appropriate to clarify things, but sort of any policy discussion in there. I definitely am concerned primarily as planning director about the amount of staff time devoted to this, in particular the volunteer board time for what seems like an onerous process to address things that might be better addressed through just a licensing process if we can work that out.
Yeah. Jennifer, what are your thoughts, if anything different from, I don't mean to make everyone have to speak. I know it's late.
No, I think I think you've brought a lot of good points up, and there's work to be done, and I do hope we can greatly simplify what's before us now.
Okay. Caitlin, anything you want to add?
Nope, I concur with Andy and Jennifer. Thank you for asking.
Okay. All right. With that, guys, then, with everyone's sort of collective assent, I'm going to represent the sentiment of the ZBA as a singular voice on this, on these points, and hopefully, as I said, more thoughtful, balanced council minds will prevail, and they'll figure out a more efficient way versus a duplicated way to get this done without sinking the ship. Anything further? Because if not, I will. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 Yeah.
No votes. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The meeting's adjourned. Gretchen, thank you for your patience again this evening. Thank you all for sticking it out.
Yeah. Good night. Have a nice evening.
Good
Good
night.
night, everyone.